can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
You are very welcome to Kings Resort. It's Euro Poker Million, live from the casino here in the Czech Republic. This is a real standout festival, 1 million guaranteed. Of course, that massive guarantee has been absolutely shattered. Over 2,500 entries. Incredible atmosphere here in Kings Resort. The graphic you see is the list of players for our feature table. As usual, we have a very strong contingent from Italy, and Gianluca Camerata, one of the regs, of course, our regular viewers will be very familiar with. Big chip leader on this table is Danilo Ternino, also from Italy, a couple of short stacks. We see Gabor sitting on about 500,000, which is about a third of the average. I think the average stack is in around the 1.5 million. You can see the chip counts leaderboard, 13 bigs for Gabor. Blinds will be 20,000, 40,000. This was a €445 buy-in. Of course, with 45 reg fee on top. Guaranteed €1 million. Top 12 receive World Series of Poker Europe main event entries. And this day 2 about to kick off here, just waiting for the players to get mic'd up. And then we're going to bring you all the action. Of course, this will continue into tomorrow, the final day tomorrow. There you have it. The players just waiting for the TD to give the signal. In fact, looks like we are going to shuffle up and deal a couple of empty seats, but time marches on. Once that clock starts, TD instructs the dealer to begin shuffling, and that's seat 1 there from Romania AC, sitting on just under $1 million. That's the Frenchman Laurent Solas, also sitting on around $1 million. And that looks like Gianluca. That was Gabor, the short stack. You can see him posting small blind Gabor. The starting stack for this was 60,000 chips. And now this is Andres Eller, who's in C2. King Queen, table filling. That's the chip leader, folding. Under the gun +1, Danilo. And now Frenchman Lauren with the 9-10 suited, of course. A handful of potential. Going to put in the 40,000. I'm sorry, that's Brian Cornell. With the Queen Jack also calling for 40,000. So the blind's 20-40. The King Queen is limped under the gun. 9-10 is going to try and see a flop. Gabor, I mean, it's just crazy how incentivized he is. I mean, he is pure trash. 7-3 off, no big blind, absent from the table, and he makes a pair, Gabor, and that's kind of the only problem I see, even though he's getting a huge price. When you get a piece of the board, what do you do? Given he's just 480 behind, this is a pretty tricky situation for Gabor, who checks, and Andres Eller fires 185 as you'd expect. Brian has nothing here, just the back door, and Gabor decides second pair. Not going to cut it. It does get away. Gabor down to 480, but Andres picks up 200k there in this first hand of the live stream. You can see the field size in the top right. Pretty slick graphic, which will constantly update and down click, and you can see the field size while we watch in real time. 99 remain from 2,557 entries, and we're 8-handed now on this feature table. Well, in fact, we're full now. We have a new arrival in seat 5, directly opposite the dealer. So 9 players here on our feature table. This is the 1 million guaranteed Euro Poker Million. Lauren folds the ace-4, and Andre Roner in seat 5 in the white top. That's the new arrival, excuse me. This is Brian Cornell with the king 10 suited. Brian, one of the bigger stacks on the table, but he decides to let that go, and this is Gianluca Camerata. Very familiar presence here in the resort. Decision for Gabor. Well, that certainly was an opportunity. A suited ace on the button versus the late position open. So seat 1 you can see in the big blind, depending with the 8-4 suited, is AC. Gianluca. Real quality act Gianluca. Almost 80,000 in live tournament earnings, most of that of course. Last summer when we reopened Kings Resort, Gianluca runner up for like 55,000. Massive score. Biggest tournament score of his career. That huge event was in June 21. Kings guaranteeing, of course, the 400k, absolutely crazy prize pool, and unbelievably it hit 500,000. Gianluca heads up with Roman Hermouche. Roman ended up out on top. Gianluca did collect that 55k for a runner-up spot. So certainly very experienced. He's been here before, Gianluca. Now, this is Brian, also very experienced. Brian folds, and now Gianluca with the king 9 and the hijack. It decides to fold his offsuit cards. This is Gabor. Felt had an opportunity there on the button versus cut off open from a pretty active player. He picked up suited ace, decided to fold. He folds again. Now this is Francesco Fiore. who's on the button here with 5-3 suited, the Romanian with King Queen in the small blind. Well, this is a pretty strong flop for AC. Top pair, good shot. Just check calls. He's not going to be too happy about the ace, and Francesco Fiore pounces on that ace on the turn. AC, well, he was all over this flop. Top pair with the good shot. And Francesco with absolute air here. Fired flop, got called, and now just steals this one. Francesco. That ace, of course, a favourable card to represent. And AC, well, he believed him. Nice pot from Francesco there. Nice play. Takes it down, aggressive. Just forced the Romanian AC off the best hand. Now, Lauren Solas under the gun with the Queen 9 suited. Lauren folds and folded around to Gianluca. Jack deuce. I think this is just a bit too wide, given his position. I think Gianluca will just let this go. Doesn't realise the action's on him, I would imagine. Now, not great news for Gabor, given his stack size here. Looks down at Queen 7 off. Not going to work for him. Sitting on just 11 bigs, but Andres will be entering the pot here with pocket sevens in the small blind, you'd imagine, for a raise. 1.1 million stack. $27 bigs. Just a little too deep to rip. You'd imagine only getting called by better. Andres Eller just trying to decide how to proceed. And he just limps with the 7 San Danilo. Sisternino checks with the King 9 suited. So we go to the flop. 2 overcards to Andres Eller's pocket sevens. Danilo with the backdoors. Looks like Andres Eller thinking about leading here. $150 it looks like, which is a huge pot, over pot size. Massive bet. Danilo decides not to chase. Andres Eller takes down the pot. This is the Euro Poker Million. 1 million guaranteed for 445 plus 45 buy-in. Turnout here has been huge once again. Also running is the high roller event, sold out straight away. By the time the clock started, the event was completely full, capped at 225. Brian with Jack 10 offsuit, 3.4 million stack, average about 1.5. This is Gianluca, the Italian with the ace-6. He folds, and now these short stack, 12 bigs. Gabor, Skriniar from Hungary, not happening for Gabor. Francesco folds, and the Romanian who's got his pockets picked a couple of hands ago folds in the cutoff. This is Andres with 5 deuce offsuit. Put in position, but just too weak a hand. Danilo will come into the pot with the Jack 10. Small blind position, and Lauren Solis in the big blind with 6 deuce offsuit surrenders. Field size down to 90. You can see the clock on the top right down clicking pretty rapidly, it has to be said. All of the players well in the money. They're all guaranteed a payday, approximately 1,500. Of course, all the big payouts. Up top, final table, 160k for the winner. Small blind rip here from Lauren. The 9-7. Big blind. Well, wow. Andre Ronner from Switzerland with 8-3 offsuit there in the big blind, and he leaves himself with 7 bigs. Has to post small blind. So this is the very short stacked player directly opposite the dealer in the white hoodie. And also very short under the gun +1 to the very right is Gabor. But first to act is the Italian Gianluca, who will be folding the 6-5 suited, I expect. See the average stack now up to 1.7 million. This is Gabor, 12 bigs. Now, Lauren on the button here. Jack 9 suited, certainly strong enough to raise in this position. Short stack, folds, and Brian went 4-3 off. Won't be very motivated to continue. Brian does surrender his big blind, and Lauren takes down another pot, gets a stack up over $1 million. Viewers just tuning in now, you're watching the Euro Poker Million. This is one of the standout events in the Kings calendar. Massive guarantee, considering the buy-in. 2,000 plus players required to meet the guarantee. Was comfortably met this weekend with 2,557 players all entering. We're down to 89 players. Blind level is 20,000, 40,000. And the clock today is a 50-minute clock. We will go to a 1-hour clock tomorrow. 50 minutes today. We're going to play down to 3 tables, 24 players, and then bring you the final day tomorrow from 2:30 tomorrow, European time. But there will be huge amount of action between the start of tomorrow and now. We need to get from 89 players, well 88 now, to 24. Danilo Sisternino with the King 10 in the hijack position makes it 115, and Lauren Ace Jack suited decides to call, and the really short stacked Andre lets rip here with the Ace Jack. Now, good news for Andre, there's a king folded, because if Danilo continues, and I expect he will, well, this is interesting. Danilo Sisternino going for the isolation 4-bet. All in just to get the short stack heads up. Ace Queen versus King 10, and still 29% equity against the Ace Queen, but as we've seen, King folded. Andre in good shape here for 755k pot. He'll get a triple if he can hold, and that's unfortunate. 10 high board. We've seen 1 queen, 1 ace folded, and he will need to hit 1 or backdoor straight. The 9 on the turn, so just an ace or a queen going to the river. Andrea Runner all in for his tournament life, but he hits on the river a queen of clubs. Will triple a stack. Brings him up to 750,000. All these players, of course, in the money, guaranteed €1,500, with 160,000 up top. All the top places will be awarded that World Series of Poker Europe main event seat. This is Andres Eller about to fold the 8-3. And now Danilo, the big stack, took a little dent as he doubled up this man, Andrea. Now Brian, for sure, will be racing on the button. Lay position, and he has a legitimate hand to pocket sixes. Big blind still 40,000. And it will be for another 15 minutes or so. Makes it 105 at the big blind at 40k. Gianluca in the small blind will be folding the 4 deuce, and Gabor, well, just 10 bigs behind now for Gabor. Jack 7. 65 to call. Doesn't look too impressed. Gabor folds. Button moves. Blinds posted. Gabor will be in the small blind position. And in seat 9 on the very right here, you can see Francesco Fiore posting the big blind. He'll also post the big blind ante, 40,000. Now Andres with the 10-9. He folds, but Danilo Cisternino with the King 9 suited makes it 115,000, which seems to be the standard open size here on our feature table. You just tuned in, it's the Euro Poker Million, and this is Gianluca on the button. Also at clubs by 4 he folds. Gabor is sub 10 bigs, Queen 10, not strong enough. And Francesco doesn't want to continue with the 9-6 off. Danilo is the chippy here on our feature table. Average stack about 1.8 million. He's sitting on about 4.3. So about 2.5 times the average stack. Danilo. One of 3 Italians here on our feature table. Button moves, blind still 20,000, 40,000. Now, what's Andres thinking of doing under the gun with the 8-4? Well, you would imagine folding that. He does. Danilo, though, is... Well, this is a different scenario for this big stacked player. 4.2 million. Now, Brian here is the only one really that can hurt Danilo, but I don't think he's going to get involved with the 9-8 offsuit. Danilo seems to be yielding his big stack, opening with marginal hands in early position. Don't mind this. Does get called from Gianluca, looked like called. And ace queen suited, good enough for a rip here. Danilo's asking what the price is, but it's way too much, and he does have Gianluca in the pot. I mean, this is... there's no way he's calling. Brian Cornell has folded. It's Gianluca with the ace-4 suited that's in the pot also. There's no chance that Danilo Sisternino can call this. Ace-queen suited. All in rip 560, 445 back to Gianluca, who's getting the exact amount size. Gianluca will be folding also. That will help the Romanian. Happy enough to take down the pot. So button moves and now posting small blind is AC, Andre Zeller, big blind, and Danilo. You see in the center of the screen, chip leader, first to speak, just this time folds under the gun. And Lauren folds. This now is Brian Cornell. Gabor makes a move in the cutoff. 380. Andres with 9-7 off. He's asking for count, which is reasonable. But I don't think this is even close. 9-7 off for a third of a stack. He looks interested. He's not going to call. This is just not a call. Ton of Gabor's bluffs, even beating the 9-7. Gabor takes down the pot, brings the stack up close to $500,000, which is pretty much what he started this feature table on. Gabor Skriniar from Hungary, the short stack player on this feature table. So just catching up with the chat. Very warm welcome to all our viewers on Facebook, YouTube and Twitch, which I've opened here. Thanks to Johan, aka Wizzlo, who's looking after the stream today. Appreciate all your hard work, Johan. Thank you so much. And Dennis Moravec just joined. Great to see live poker is fully back. I mean, it's just brilliant looking at all the schedules, festivals all over the place. Of course, Kings every week with a major. This week we're watching the Euro Poker Million, 1 million guaranteed. Next week we have the Dutch Classics, I believe. Yes, 400,000 for the Dutch Classics. And then that moves on to the German Poker Days in 2 weeks' time. The end of the month then sees the return of the Spanish Poker Festival. So, normal business has resumed, fully operational here in the resort. And of course, from 9th of February, the government mandate states that all restrictions, including the requirement for COVID or PCR and egg tests is no longer required. So back to pre-pandemic times, basically from February 9th. Zero documentation required for entry to the resort. Chip count chart. Danilo on top with 4.1 million. This blind level due to expire in about 10 minutes or so. Gabor down at the bottom of that. Andrea Ronner under 20 bigs, but Andrea in much better shape than when he came to the table. Got that triple last orbit. He folds the small pair under the gun, which I kind of like, given the situation. These small pairs, of course, so difficult to play from early position. Now, Gabor, what's he going to do with Queen 7? Well, not much you expect. He does fold. Francesco folding. This is AC. Late position, King 6. Offsuit, not interested. And surprised that we didn't see an open there from Andres on the button with the 9-8, but Danilo will take the baton in the small blind, make it 130,000 total, but Lauren will be sticking around, I guess, with the Jack 10. 90,000 to call, getting more than 2 to 1 on his money. In position, I'd expect him to continue. Of course, well, this is pretty tight. Blind versus blind versus a raise from the chip leader. That does surprise me, I'll be honest. That's the advantage of the big stack. Now, suited 7 for Gianluca. He's playing pretty snug there. Gabor under pressure. Does fold, you see. Hijack ace-9, surely. We're going to see an open here. Again, another pretty tight fold, in my opinion. Andres will be happy with that. With the deuces taking down the pot brings the stack up to 1.2 million. And you can see that brings Andres Eller up to 30 bigs. So deep, plenty deep here. Day 2 of the Euro Poker Million. About 85 players, roughly thereabouts. It's still on the 20-40 level. And Danilo still in control here. Brian second in chips, haven't really seen him feature much. Oh, Andres Eller. Hijack 10-8. I mean, he's really active, isn't he, Andres? Along with Danilo. With the big stack. Not sure what the story is with Danilo. Does he know the actions on him? No, he doesn't. Well, he does know the actions on him, and he's just asking all the players what kind of chip stacks they have. Oh, that's interesting. Danilo Sisternino cut off open here with the Queen 7. Lauren 10-8, not much you can do really with that. Folded all around to the player in the big blind position now. Brian Cornell for sure needs to be defending here. Suited king. It's got to be defending against the biggest stack on the table, who's continually opening here. Brian, of course, does put in the additional 75,000 to see a flop. We're going to go see a board here. 3, 8, 3. Both have missed. 2 spades. Yeah, first to bet here is going to win. Danilo with the betting lead. Pre-flop aggressor. Brian has completely missed. No pair, no draw. May think of making a move on this 3-3-8 board, given that he has more threes in his range than Danilo, as the big blind defend. But decides against continuing. Danilo scoops another pot, brings his stack up close to 4.5 million. That's the chip leader. That's the player generating all the action here on our feature table of the EPM, the Euro Poker Million. Late in day 2, about 80 players remain. Average stack about 1.8 million. Now, 8. Well, it's Queen 5 suited for Andre. Runner on the button. Brian is one of the bigger stacks. Is Ace 3 in the small blind position. And it looks like we're going to see first 3-bet for quite some time. Gianluca should be just snap folding this really in the big blind. Queen 4 suited. And Andrea doesn't want to even think about it. Releases. Brian does take down a pot. Now, interesting. Andres Eller with the Cowboys here. Ace 8 suited. Open from AC. AC playing very snug. Andres Eller with the Cowboys. Has he just flat called the 105? Well, this is pretty incredible. Andres under the gun +2, early position, decides to just flat call with the king, completely disguising the strength of his hand. Folded all around. This is dangerous for AC. He's out of position. Well, that's an open ender for AC with the backdoor diamonds. Andres with the overpair and the gut shot. Interesting board. Continuation bet from AC, who's firing 155. I mean, this is just the wettest board imaginable. 9-10 jack. 2 hearts. Andreas with 2 blockers that are nuts. King, so he must still feel that he's good here, of course. Lots of 2 pairs hit. He decides to pull the trigger. This is interesting. AC might go for this while he decides to fold. Not out of the question. He could be up against the made straight king-queen and just drawing to runner diamond. Now, Gianluca opens on the button with the 10-8. Gabor, he's desperately short. The blinds are going to move to 25-50. And he's going to be left at about 7 bigs. See the graphic there, top right, showing 82 left from 2,557 entries. Andres with 1.5 million. Average 1.8. 82 remain. Well, looks like last hand at 2040. Ace 8 for Lauren. Folded around to Gabor. Pocket sixes. On the button, this is absolutely compulsory to shove here. Gets the 8 deuce to fold, and the Romanian in the big blind with the Jack 5 folds also, and that leaves both these guys now on about 10 bigs, both Gabor and AC. Button moves, and now the blinds are 25-50. See the players looking at the clock. New blind level confirmed by the dealer. As he pitches the cards on the button. In seat 8 is Francesco. Posting small blind is the Romanian AC, and Andres big blind Danilo, the chip leader. Pocket 8s under the gun. So 81 remain. Sisternino opens with the 8s. Gianluca with the Queen Jack here. Gianluca Camerata, runner-up in the Kings opening festival last June. €55,000 score. Gabor folds, and it looks like Francesco Fiore moves in, 22 bigs. Well, Danilo opened under the gun. Francesco Fiore 3-bet rips with the ace king. It's going to be a tough call here for Danilo, given that Francesco Fiore, he's been pretty quiet. We did see him make that massive move against the Romanian with the 5 high. Raised pre-bet flop, got called, and then that ace in the turn, he repped it. Moved all in, took down the pot. We haven't seen him play any other hands. So I think this is going to get a lot of respect. This 3-bet rip all in. I wouldn't be totally surprised to see Danilo fold the 8s here. Preserve his chips. I mean, he absolutely insta-call if he could see the situation. But a lot of times he's up against a bigger pair here. Very hard to see Francesco do this with 7s, 6s, 5s. More likely a bigger pair. Or of course 2 overs. So Danilo just working that out. He knows it's probably best case scenario a flip. course, Francesco does have the goods here. Ace king suited. I think Danilo just lets this go. So, just waiting on Danilo. It's a close one, but my money is on a fold. I think I would fold here. Look at the equity. Exactly 50-50. In the tank now for a couple of minutes. And Danilo Cisternino counting his chips, looking at the clock. And Francesco Fiore's, well, he's comfortable. He didn't get snap called, so he's not up against aces or kings, so he's pretty okay with life. There's the fold, as expected, pocket eights, and Francesco will feel pretty good about that. He shows the ace king suited. I don't mind this fold. I think it's okay. I like this 3-bet rip, 22 bigs from the open from the chip leader. After the open from the chip leader, 3-bet rip from Francesco here. Now, short stack, Andrea Runner, 11 bigs, queen 8 suited. Andrea comes across as pretty competent, but of course he's completely shackled here given the stack size he's sitting on. And this is another player that's very limited in his options. Gabor he folds and Francesco folds. This is AC. 9 bigs. Ace on the button. He lets rip. So just the big blind to contend with, and Danilo looks at queen 6. And of course he should be folding this. And now we're down to 80 players, 1.9 million average stack. Blinds are 2,500. Well, it's 25,000, 50,000. That's the blind level we're looking at. Just 80 players left in the mix here from a starting field of 2,557. Ace and the hijacks folded. Francesco not interested. AC not interested. This is Andre Zeller, who you might think could open here. Suited jack on the button, 1.4 million. Well, he decides 28 bigs. Too shallow a stack to be opening that wide. He folds. Danilo, the chip leader, been involved in pretty much everything, and it looks like he's just put in a one chip. Well, he's limped in, and now Lauren lets rip with the pocket deuces. Danilo really can't do anything. That's your chip count chart, Gabor. Sub 10 bigs. Down at the bottom, well, he's well used to that. Some really got going, Gabor. Danilo, same story up top. He's the chip leader with Brian. Cornell, second in chips, and then, I mean, everyone else is below average. That's the situation. Chip leader, and then Brian, who you see here in the baseball cap, playing 3.5 million. Everyone else under the 1.9 million average stack. Now, AC with 11 big blinds, king deuce suited, no interest. Andre's in the cutoff. No prizes for guessing what happens next, with Danilo on the button with Jack 10 suited. He's got the chips. I think that's a 100k raise from Danilo. Well, I'm not sure what's going on. Brian must have limped under the gun here. And that's why we're going to get to see a flop open ender for the chip leader. And he just turns the nut straight. But there is 3 spades out there that may keep this pot small, just a 130,000 call I'd expect. There is the 130k call from Danilo. Brian checks, and now you're going to see a value bet from Danilo. Got to value bet this nut straight. There is 3 spades out there. You would expect Brian to fire again if he did somehow have that made flush. Danilo gets a stack to 4.5 million. Brian sitting on 3.2. These are 2 big stacks on the table. So 75 remain, and the average stack is approximately 2 million. This is the Euro Poker Million Day 2. This is Gianluca Galamata folding. This is Gabor, the short stack with the Queen 6. Now, aces. That's a mistake, obviously. There's no chance. That's just weird. Well, there's the ace of spades. Okay, Andres. So the ace in the graphic, ace of spades, was showing for seat 1, but it was actually seat 2 who had the ace of spades. So just a slight error there. There's a reader in each card. There's a chip, and the actual table reads the chip. And sometimes, you know, the players' holdings can be mixed up with the player next to them. So that ace of spades showing up in AC's hand. So he didn't fold aces pre. AC folds the 8-5. Andres folds, big stack folds. Now, Lauren. 17 big blind stack, no interest. Andrea with 9 bigs, he folds. This is Brian Cornell in the small blind with the king 9, with the limp with the king 9. Gianluca checks his option with the jack 6. We're going to go and see a flop. Ace 8 deuce. Brian's happy to check this, and I mean Gianluca's just going to fire, and that's just a little bit passive for me from Brian, who's the one that should be repping that ace, not Gianluca. And Gianluca wins a pot with the jack 6 off, no connection to the board. Pot you really would have expected Brian to win. So button moves. Gianluca gets a stack up to 1.9 million, just close to average, which is just about 2 million. 78 players left in the field. All of these players guaranteed €1,640. Now we have action. Francesco Fiore opens under the gun, the ace jack, and then a 3-bet all in from AC, who certainly does have the aces this time. It's folded right around. Well, this is not good for Francesco, who I expect maybe calling, because Lauren now is going to be folding a jack. Well, I think I say that, but he's asking for a count. I can't see him put in his chips here, given that Francesco's still in the pot. I think this ace jack is binned. Now, Andre with the queens. Well, this money has to go in. Gianluca Gamarata, 10-7 of diamonds. I think Francesco's got the message now at this stage. Ace Jack not really performing well under these circumstances, and he's going to fold the Ace Jack. And we're going to see two of the short stacks turn the cards over. AC has Andre covered. Don't blame Andre for getting his money in there with queens. It's just a bit of a setup. Nothing he can do. Open. Shoved by a short stack. Shortest stack on the table, then looks down at queens. It's certainly an opportunity. Well, there's queens out there. Well, there's not. There's one queen out there. Queen of clubs is folded, so just the queen of spades to hit. 7 on the turn. 40 to 1 shot to survive. Andre Ronner. It's not going to happen. He goes bust in 76th position. Eliminated. AC gets his stack up to 1.2 million. So the late arrival on the feature table with the short stack. Eliminated by this gentleman. You can see in seat 1. Aces hold versus the queens all in pre. Now, Andre Zeller with Jack 10 suited, under the gun +1. I think it's probably strong enough to open. I don't mind either way what he does here. All options are valid. Well, this is tight, Jack 10 suited, but I get it. Danilo, now this is entirely different proposition to the chip leader, but Jack 3, not strong enough, incredible, another Jack. This time the Jack 4 off and Lawrence Salas folds. This is Brian with the 7-4 in the cutoff. He folds. The Italian on the button, Gianluca. With the King 3 suited, makes it 105. Gabor needs to make something happen with 7 big blinds behind, but has to fold, and the big blind not defending with the King 7. Interesting. From a button open. Just go. Lets it go. Aces dealt once again. This time it's Andres Eller's turn, and again you can see Andres disguising the strength of his hand. We've seen him do this with the kings. Limps under the gun here, trying to induce action. Well, Brian is going to fall for it. Ace queen suited. Looks like 180 with the ace queen suited. The short stack will be folding on the button here. And Francesco folds just the big blind AC with queen 10. goes into the bin, and this is exactly what Andreas was looking for. And you can see the stressed look. Total act, of course, as he sits with the maximum starting hand. Now, does he click back? That's the question. Or does he continue with the story of weakness? $180,000 is counted out, but he's counting out another 300k, it looks like. So it looks like about 480 to me. I mean, it's just super enticing for Brian Cornell. Just $250,000 back. But alarm bells are going off, believe me. Player limped under the gun. Now with a back race. So Brian just trying to figure this out. It's aces is a real possibility, although he's blocking that hand with the ace in his hand. So he does decide to put in the additional 250. Pot size 985. Andreas with the bullets, just with a pot size bet behind, and that's, well, money's all in here. Zero doubt in my mind. Brian Cornell has flopped the flush draw, but he is going to be a big dog. His ace no good, his queen no good. No backdoor straight possibility. Basically, it's a heart or nothing for Brian to win this, and that's why he's just 30% equity. Andrea Zeller, no matter what happens here, all the money's going in. Make no mistake about it. Andre Zeller, I like the way he's played this. The limp raise. It's going to achieve the desired effect. All the money is going to go over the line. That's what Andres wants. But I think it's exactly what Brian wants on this kind of board. And there you can see the dealer's still counting, but Brian's all in. Surely he's announced it. Andres makes the call, of course. Doesn't want to see a 7. Well, he's not up against trips. He's up against the flush draw, and he's big favourite. Aces for Andres, the overpair, versus the flush draw for Brian Cornell. Almost 3 million in the pot, of course. Brian is the one with the chip advantage. He's Andre Zeller covered 10, safe card from Andre's point of view. Now just the river to dodge a heart, and he does. You can see how pumped he is. Loving this top, by the way. The German buzzing. He survives. He knew a heart was end of story for him, end of tournament. But now, with this double, everything is possible. Of course, he's guaranteed himself 1,640, but after this double up, you'd expect his ambitions to be far greater. This is the Euro Poker Million. This is Andres, who's just doubled. I like the way he's played these aces. He's got the absolute maximum. No mistake. Complete double and a bit. Stack now close to 3 million. Average is around 2.1. With about 72, 73 players left in the mix. Andre's posting big blind, Danilo under the gun, he folds, and now you can see Brian. He looks a little shook. 1.8 million stack. He's still sitting on 36 bigs, close to average. He opens this time with the 9-10, which is noteworthy given that he was folding these type of hands before he doubled up Andres. Now he's trying to generate something. He's trying to make something happen. He opens with the 10-9. This is Gabor with the Jack-9. I mean, it's desperate stuff really for Gabor. He's got to make something happen soon, but he does fold and fold it right around to Andres, who has Brian absolutely crushed here. You're going to see Andres defend. Now, 9 high board for Semantics. 6, 2, 4. It's gone check, check. Brian hits 10 on the turn. Andre's just checking to see does he have a heart there. Checks, and now you're going to see Brian with the delayed continuation bet. Now, AC on the button with the Jack-9. Andres in the small blind folds the 9-8 suited. Yeah, pretty tight fold in my opinion. Danilo, the big stack. Well, he's going to play back here, it looks like. He's going to shove it back in AC's face here with a 3-bet. And not much AC can do with Jack-9 offsuit. Andre's just asking. The big stack, did he win that pot? That's Brian Cornell. You see with pocket threes under the gun playing 2 million, which is pretty much bang on average. You can see actually top right there, average is 2.1 million. 73 players left. Incredible sized field, 2,557. Andres will be opening here on the button. Ace 7. Well, this is incredible that he'd fold that. It really is. It's just too tight. Folded around to him on the button. He's playing average stack, above average. He's well above average. Folds the A7. Now, Danilo, who is the dominant player really on this table, let's be honest. He's generating all the action. Most of the activity is coming from this seat. And he's going to be faced with a shove, it looks like, and it's going to be close, this. This is close. 16 big blind rip. It's costing him about 14 bigs. King 10 suited. Well, I mean, Lauren does not want action here. Problem I have with Danilo's move, I mean, he's the one that should be just putting the big blind all in. He really should have been shoving into him. I mean, certainly gets the King 9 to fold, but he can get much stronger hands. Hands, I believe, as strong as, well, strong as weak aces to fold. Well, he makes the call, and that's bad news for Lauren, who's going to turn over King 9. Worst case scenario, really, for Lauren. Dealer just clarifying. Danilo's decision, he made the call, but he didn't put in the correct amount of chips, so the dealer just getting clarification, but quite clearly it is a call, and that's not great, is it, really, if you're sitting in Lauren's seat. King 9 all in while he flops the good shot. There's chop pot potential here also. Queen would chop it. Jack would chop it. 10 for a straight. Well, the 9 is not good because that gives the straight to Danilo. But the flush draw for Lauren. So Hart would get him out of jail. It does happen for incredible hand, incredible run out. Makes the nut flush in the end. It was just a crazy hand, that. Danilo in the lead, but so many times that runs out as a chop pot. And the chippy turns the straight. River is a flush. Yeah, I think the mistake really is the pre-flop decision from the chip leader not to put the short stack all in. You look down at King 10 suited and the small blind. Big blind is like sitting on 15, 16 bigs. You have an absolute mountain of chips. I think it's a shove. Gabor, well, I mean, he's under the gun +1, so he's just got a couple of hands really before chips. will go in blind. 10 deuce, no good. Francesco Fiore, 1.1 million, which is 22 big blinds. He makes it 130, but AC here might be interested. I mean, he's Francesco absolutely crushed. Just flats with the king queen suited. Andre Zeller, who's locked up since he got that double, won't be even thinking about getting involved. He folds, and Danilo, Jack 9 offsuit. He'll feel like he took a bad beat that last hand, but he's got to dust himself down. He's still sitting on a monster stack, 3.8 million. Average is 2.2. Folds the Jack 9. Lauren, well, different state of affairs now after that double. Doesn't want to get involved with the King 5 suited. Brian, what a price, 80k, 380 in there, 5-1, 9-5, and he is suited. Let's go. Brian puts the money in. So 3 players, and both AC and Brian have hearts. Both Francesco and Brian have a 9, but it's 4-4-10. Nobody has any of this, and it's gone check all around. The Jack gives an open ender to AC. Well, open ender to Francesco also. Francesco bets and AC going nowhere here. Grind Cornell folds the 9-5, and we're going to go to a river. That's the straight. For Francesco. He makes a straight here on the river. The nut straight. AC with just king high. He's missed his straight draw. 100k into him with king high. Blind still 25, 50,000. But coming towards the end of this blind level. "70 players left. This is Gabor, who's under the gun. I mean, this is horrible to watch, isn't it? 7 deuce. He's got to make a move. Money's going in next hand. And you can see the strain he's under. This is Francesco. 1.6 million with the King Jack. Makes it 115. Andre Zeller has just locked up. He's shut up shop for the day, and he's going to be folding Queen 8 versus under the gun plus open from Francesco. Andres does fold. This is Danilo. This is Ternino. He won't be folding King Jack. He looks at his counterpart. Bit of history here between these two guys. Two Italians, of course. Well, he does fold. Okay. And Brian now in the small blind position with the King 8 suited. Brian down to 1.7 million. Surprised he's called from out of the small blind. This is Gianluca Camerata. I haven't seen much of Gianluca. 9-4 suited. Huge price. 65 to call. 330 in there. 5 to 1 on his money. I'm certainly putting money in here, but Gianluca feels his hand is just too trashy to continue. He folds. Now we're going to go to a flop. That is pair and a straight draw for Francesco. Brian has made the same straight draw. Francesco fires, and this is the problem I have when you call with, well, from out of the small blind here, I think it was a bit spewy, but of course he was suited. He does have a little piece of this, the gut shot. I think he just lets it go, no diamond out there. I think this is a check fold from Brian. Cornell incoming. Well, pardon. It's a check call with the good shot. Francesco Fiore. Well, he's not going to be delighted with that call. It's not out of the question for Brian to have an ace in this scenario. And Brian is actually going to steal this pot. He's leading here. 150, and it's just too small. I mean, the sizing is just so small that Francisco, even if he does believe Brian for an ace, he's still got a call here with his 2 pair draw, trick draw, and straight draw. And the 7 of spades on the river, the flush gets there. And now Brian shuts down. I think Francesco is going to check back. Brings Francesco up to 2 million, and Brian Connell is down to 1.4 million. The player standing up is Gabor, who's going to be posting. Big blind ante. Not really ideal when you're sitting on 7 bigs. Change a dealer. And you can see Gabor, 7 big blinds. 2 of these will go in. In fact, the blinds are due to go up to 60,000. I think perhaps we get another hand in. Danilo still the chip leader, 75 bigs. Andrea Zeller in second place. So I think that's a conversation about who shows first there. In that situation, both weren't prepared to turn over their cards. And I'm not sure what the rule is. I think it's the out of position player that shows, but it could be the last aggressor. Of course, both applicable to Brian. He was the last aggressor and the player out of position. Now, Andres surely has to open here with a suited 9. 2.8 million stack. Well, Danilo has picked up a hand at last. He's talking to the player in the big blind, and that's because he's the very short stacked Gabor, who's sitting on just 5 big blinds behind. He's posted the ante in the big blind. New player, Paulus from Greece. Brian just getting refreshments from his support team. Now, 3-bet from Danilo with the ace-queen as expected. And Gabor with 6 deuce. Folds. He's just going to have 4 bigs behind. Blinds are now up. This is Andre Zeller, who's not going to be continuing. He's not interested in mixing it up here with the chippy. So 3-bet from Danilo to 280. Andre's going to look again and fold. Shows the ace, and well, Andres will feel good about that. He knows he was outkicked. Andre Zeller, big slick. Well, certainly going to be opening. Big blind now, 60. And the field size down clicked once again. 62 remain. All these now have increased the income for themselves. They're guaranteed €1,900, 4 times their original buy-in. But of course, it's all that big money up top. 160,000 for the winner. Just waiting for Andreas Eller to open with big slick. Paulus short stacked, sitting under 10 bigs. That's the new player in the black hoodie and the glasses. This is Brian Cornell. Well, Andre's doubled up versus Brian earlier, with aces versus the ace queen. Kind of really liked how Andreas played the aces. Francesco Fiore in the big blind with a suited ace. I think he's got a call here. 125. Getting 4-1. Does make the call, and we're going to go to see a flop. All these players, of course, blocking each other. So any ace or king on this board should create action. And just go with ace 5 of hearts, and well, that is going to cost Francesco. Let's make top pair with the backdoor hearts. Andreas has top pair with the maximum kicker. Brian has none of this. Oh, too big. I mean, what's... Well, this is huge. Absolutely huge bet. He's going close to pot, it looks like. Andreas, well, this is very close to the pot size bet that he's cut out in front of him. He's going to bet, there's no doubt. 2 clubs out there, plenty of straight draws. So he's betting, it looks like about 550 into a 6-4-5. pot.
545.
525 is what the dealer announces, which is, I mean, it's massive. This is, well, this might save Francesco Fiore. The sizing is so big. Does have the backdoor hearts. I mean, it's 30% of his stack. I'm not crazy about the sizing. I guess it's designed to just get rid of all these drawing hands. But the problem is, it's, the ideal scenario here is opponent flopping top pair. And that's just going to sicken Andreas. I mean, this is just not good. Situation like this, you got to be making money. Andreas, the very large sizing continuation bet on the flop forces out the big blind, who defended with an ace and hit top pair. So blinds 30,000, 60,000. That's the chip leader, Danilo, center of screen. Now, finally, we're going to hear from Gianluca Camarata, 1.9 million stack, cut off at eights, opens, and he's going to get action from the very short stack, Gabor. Can't see Gabor's hand, but it looks like a weak ace, ace-6. In fact, it is, so good shape for the eights against the ace-6. 73% equity versus 27%. I don't blame Gabor moving in there. It's a two pair, but bigger two pair for Gianluca. Nines and eights. Well, full house. And that is over. Gabor eliminated. He does receive 1,895, just 5 or shy of 1,900. It's a reward. That's what you play tournaments for, the cash. You gotta make the money. And he's quadrupled his buy it, his original stake. So he's not going to be feeling great about things, but well, he's coming back just asking the dealer what's the story with the pay. The dealer says go to the cage. Of course, each finish position is tracked. Now 4 million stack for Danilo Sisternino. There's not really that many chips on this table. The average is 2.5. It's only like these two players on the screen you can see on the left, Andres and Danilo. They're the only two players with average. Well, I reckon that Gianluca is close to 2.5 now after busting out Gabor. Now, Lauren just smooth calls with the nines, it looks like. Well, we could see another 3-bet rip here from the Romanian. We've seen him do this in a similar situation. He's going to look back down unsuited this time, but I still think we're going to see an all-in move. And that's what happens. 3-bet rip. Andres Eller, 3 million stack. That'll be binned. And then action will move to Danilo. I mean, I'm not really sure why Andres is tanking here. He's just getting a chip count, I suppose. It's not really plausible that he's considering putting money in with King 7 off. And then, well, he still hasn't folded, which is peculiar. I mean, this is just not a spot to be thinking about. Does eventually fold, and now we move to Danilo, who we knew was snap folding, but I don't think Lauren folds. I think Lauren goes with this. AC squeezed in a similar position before, and he does put in the call with the 9s, and he's in great shape because we did see a queen and a ace folded, and AC goes fair enough. Didn't look too impressed to get the call, but he got called, and he's a bit of a dog here, but not anymore. He's connected, and you can see Lauren going, how can I not win these flips? 10 on the turn, can he spike a set? That's the question. AC waits 5 on the river, and that would have been 2 pair ace 5. That's why Danilo was making remarks on the board. AC, great situation for him. Doubles through Lauren, and then he picks up big blind ante, and of course the couple of blinds from the original razor Danilo. Danilo couldn't call there, he snap folded. And that's desperately short stacked French player who's down to, well, I'm surprised he still has $1 million, Lauren. That surprises me, but that's what the image tells me. Paulus from Greece, the new arrival at the table. Haven't seen him play the hand, playing sub 10 bigs, but look at this. AC up to 1.6 million. 26 big blinds. Danilo, of course, still big stacked. 3.8 million. Andres second place with 3 million. Gianluca Camamarta 2.2. So just 2 players above average stack. So still not too many big blinds on this table. This is Lauren under the gun, and he does have $1 million in that stack. You can see it's just going to the rail. I mean, he won't realize how much of a favorite he was till he sees the hand where he played. He was a massive favorite, even though it looked like a straightforward flip. Now Paulus makes it 140 with the jacks, and Gianluca here will be interested. Ace jack. Still a lot of players still tacked, so it's not as straightforward as one might think. This ace jack could be binned. Gianluca Camerata, well, he wants to play, so puts in the 140. Now the Romanian, 1.6 million on the button. Danilo, well, you look at his hand, you go, what the heck's he doing in the hand? But he's getting such a massive price. Makes the call, he misses. Well, everyone has missed this. No one has any of this. Well, Danilo bottom pair, but 3 hearts, he's not going to be too enthusiastic. This is Paulus, who's still in the lead with the jacks, but he won't be thrilled about that queen on the board. It's gone check around, and now we might see Danilo make a play for this pot with bottom pair. Well, he decides to check. Paulus, time to announce himself perhaps. It's interesting, Gianluca has absolutely none of this. He's the player with the least amount of equity. His ace is live, his jack is dead, no heart. Paulus has to be calling here, surely. Does check call. Nine on the river. Paulus checks. Gianluca ace high. Does he give up or does he fire again? That's the question. I mean, Paulus just has 200k behind. Gianluca gives up. Jacks for Paulus. Now, Paulus under the gun makes it 140 with the King Queen, and this is AC with a suited ace in the cutoff, decides to flat, and Andreas Eller on the button position with the King 7. He does like to take his time with King 7. It's a hand he likes, but not on this occasion. He folds. This is Danilo with ace 10, small blind. He'll be interested, but just doesn't like this situation. Decides to fold. We're going to see a flop. It's Paulus. Who's smashed this, makes trips. Could be a situation where he checks, gives his opponent a chance to catch up, but looks like he's going to try and build this pot up as quick as possible. AC, good float, backdoor spades. Ace can be good sometimes in this situation, but decides not to invest anymore. Paulus takes down another pot, and it looks like that stack's a lot bigger than described. It looks more like 2.5. Closer to 3 million. Well, this looks like a limp from AC with the ace-jack. And Lauren in the small blind completes. Paulus with the 9-7. King 4-4, 2-pair for Lauren. I'm just not understanding why AC didn't raise in the hijack position with ace-jack. He's opened the door. He's exposed himself to this scenario. Now he leads. Instead of winning chips, he's going to lose some. Lauren's not folding 2-pair here. Nine on the turn. Lauren with a lock in this hand. Unless AC can spike one of them aces, but doesn't happen. 2-pair no good. Lauren knows this, so he's going to go for a small value bet here. AC loses some blinds there, unnecessary in my opinion. Should have raised with the ace-jack, and positive Lauren would have folded the king 8 in the small blind. But that limp enticed Lauren to get involved, just costing him 30,000. See a flop and a hit. Now button moves. Lauren on the button. Small blind is Paulus. He was playing, I think, about 3 million. That's what it looks like. Big blind is Brian, and under the gun Gianluca. Camerata 5-3. He busted out Gabor. The short stack never really got going. We're 8-handed here on our feature table. This is Francesco. He folds, and now AC. This guy's been pretty good for me, but I'm just surprised at that limp. Putting that behind us, now we move to Andres Eller. Ace-5, hijack, 3 million stack. Let's go, Andres. You can see the graphic showing 59 left. Andres not interested. Danilo Sisternino in the cutoff with the 8-7. Paulus completes, and Brian Cornell will going to raise this with the ace in the big blind position. Snap fold from the great player. Button moves, and still the same blind level. Will be for another 20 minutes or so. We're in the 60,000. About 56, 57 players left. Lauren sitting on 1.2 million. Big stack. Danilo Sisternino, 3.6 million. Andres sitting on 3 million flat, which is equivalent to 50 bigs. Well, 2.6 million is the average. 59 actually still left in this field. Andreas Eller will certainly be opening this time. King Queen, big blind 60,000. Now 165, close to a 3x from Andres. Danilo Cisternino with the Jack 10 suited. He 3-bets. Makes it 340 with the Jack 10 of spades, fold it right around. Gianluca folds, and now action back. Well, sorry, Gianluca still in there. Not clear why he is. Don't expect him to be in here for much longer, given the action. And he just has 9-7. So I think Gianluca will fold this 9-7. In fact, I'm positive he will. Looks like he wasn't too happy to fold. Not sure what his attachment to that hand was, but he does get rid of it. And this is Andres Eller with the King Queen getting pushed around here from the big stack. Danilo Cisternino, the Italian, is kind of running the show really. And Andres Eller out of position, considering how to continue. Well, he looks like he's cutting out chips to make a call here. King Queen doesn't look very comfortable though. Danilo obviously just looking for a fold, and that's probably what he will get. Well, no, Andreas wants to see a flop. Andreas with the King Queen and Danilo Cisternino with the Jack 10 suited. Already 830k in the pot. Andreas, well, absolutely none of this, so advantage Danilo. Danilo's gonna steal another pot here. Check bet, and I think Andreas Eller just folds this. Danilo repping a big pair. Andreas has none of this board, does have the backdoor diamonds, but out of position, not gonna continue, I'm pretty sure. Even against some of Danilo's bluffs, Andreas is behind. Andreas is pretty stressed. He's probably thinking Danilo is just running riot here, but not much he can do about it. He's spot on. Danilo is running riot. And Danilo Cisternino taking down that pot. 59 remain. All of these 59 players guaranteed €1,900. Well, close to that figure. Lines are posted. AC is under the gun. This is the Euro Poker Million. If you've just tuned in, we're broadcasting live from Kings Resort. This is one of the standout festivals here in the poker calendar. Million guaranteed for just 445 plus 45 euro. So for less than 500 euro, players can partake in a 1 million guaranteed event. And of course, you can see the top right graphic displaying the numbers. 2,557 entries. We've just 59 left. And this is AC with the ace 10 suited, making it 135. Danilo folds. Lauren gets out of the way, and this is Paulos with a suited ace of his own. Paulos is playing about 3 million. That graphic needs to be updated and will be very shortly. Paulos calls, Brian folds, action moves on to Gianluca in the small blind. He folds now. Francesco Fiore, pocket tens. And it looks like a 3-bet here. 350, 450 is it? 425 it looks like. Well, of course I get it wrong. Graphic showing 255, which doesn't really make a lot of sense. I think far bigger, this 3-bet. I think one of them is a 100k chip. So I think it's 425. AC with a decision. Ace 10 suited. Well, it's not in great shape versus the 10s and an ace out there, so he folds, and Paulos is going to fold also. Francesco takes down the pot, gets a stack up to 1.5 million, average is about 2.5 million. Well, there you see the average stack, 2.6 million, described in the top right graphic. 59 players left in the mix. We have about 15 minutes or so left in this blind level. This is a 15-minute clock for day 2. And then tomorrow we move to a 1-hour clock. Really super structure. Their starting stack was 60,000 chips. You can see why the attendance is so high for this EPM Euro Poker Million. 2,557 entries. Prize pool about 1.1 million. 160,000 up top. This is Paulos with the ace deuce, making it 140k. So Queen 8-8, Francesco with the good shot. Doesn't decide to continue, but Andres Eller for sure will be continuing after flopping trips. So check call from Andres Eller. Paulus does have the backdoor hearts. Full house now for Andres, who won't be enthusiastic about that second queen rolling off. Paulus checks back, so Andres has to go for value, and Paulus does have a hand that may call a value bet here, depending on what size it is. Action on Andres, who does fire in a value bet as expected. Paulus will be interested. That ace high is good. There's busted flush out there, plus busted straight draws. Ace can be good here many times. So 285. Getting 4-1 in his money. I'm not too surprised. Paulus going to pay off Andres here. Ace ahead here quite often. 285 cut out. You can see Paulus is 2.5 million behind. Well, does fold. Andres Eller, 3.1 million stack. Massive hand versus Brian earlier. He had the aces versus ace queen of hearts. 3 hearts on the flop. 2 hearts, flush draw for Brian on the flop with 2 hearts there. All the money got in. No flush. Andres held. This is Lauren, who's had a tough couple of levels. Wow, incredible. Brian down to 1.3 million. Ace Jack, he's going to open. And Gianluca Camerata with pocket sixes. 1.7 million stack. Gianluca flats with the sixes, folded around to Andres in the small blind with a suited king. He gets clarification from the dealer. What the bet raise is, it's 175. Suited king in the small blind. Andres thinks about it, then folds. Now Danilo says Ternino getting massive odds here, and I think we're going to see a call here from Danilo. 115 getting much greater than 4-1 on his money. So we just put in the additional 115 and we're off to three-way flop. First to speak will be Danilo, who's all the chips. Well, there you go. That's why you defend with 4-3. And I mean, he's up against second set, but it's Brian that's betting out with actually no equity. He's just 1% to win this hand. He never wins this hand because he's never going to see a turn. Well, here we go. It's starting to kick. Second set versus the flopped straight with the straight flush draw. And Brian, I mean, Brian is pretty desperate. He's just down to 900k. And we're coming towards the end of this blind level. Gianluca, well, he has to go with this. He's flopped a set, but you see, that's the problem with just the flat call with the sixes. You're inducing the blinds in. Danilo assists Ternino. Well, he's getting the price. He does the maths. Makes the correct call, in my opinion, with 4-3 in the big blind position. And he just flops the world. Now, there's possibility for Gianluca to win this if the board can pair. 6, 5, 7 queen doesn't happen. He's busto. Just like that. Pair sixes, flops a set, all the money goes in. Big blind, 4-3, makes a straight on the flop. I mean, he's just absolutely smashed that flop. Dealer just going through the motions of counting. It's obvious that Gianluca is well covered. Danilo now a very big stack on this table. And he got some free money there from Brian Cornell, who raised pre with the ace jack and then fired. And that's Gianluca. He was busted out in about 57th place, I'm going to say, somewhere around there. He will receive €1,895. And you can see Danilo. Cisternino, 6.4 million, one of the big stacks left in the room. 2.5 times the average. Paulos, big slick. Brian moves in, it looks like, but he's going to get snapped off. Moved in with Queen 10. The wheels have just completely come off for Brian, who was sitting close to 4 million at the beginning of this feature table. Andres, what he's waiting for, I don't know. Not sure why he does this. I guess he's just wanting to get, it's an opportunity to get a count. Well, wow, look at this. Andres folds and Danilo. I mean, this is just dream situation for him. Paulos with the big slick. Now, big moment for Paulos. This is huge. I mean, this guy has a decent stack here. He's like over 2 million behind. There's a slight error in the graphics. The description of Paulos' stack here is incorrect. It's reading for 700k. He's like closer to 2 million behind. Danilo, Sister Nino. Well, I mean, Paulos, in fairness, is thinking about this. It's like a lot of action. The fact that Brian has moved in as well, he may be thinking some of his cards are dead, but it's just too big a hand. Ace King, way too big a hand to fold. So we're gonna go three-way. 2 players all in. Danilo, both of them covered. Danilo, well, I mean, he's in just terrific shape here, but look at Paulos' equity here. I mean, it's bizarre, isn't it, really? Ace King versus Kings, and Paulos is 41% with his Ace King, and that's why. But there's a redraw. Danilo has the straight flush draw. Queen would give him a straight. King obviously would work, but he would lose one of the pots. His set would give a straight to Brian. It's a really interesting board. It's crazy scenario. Paulos, well, he's in good shape, but he's a lot of dodging to do. 6 of spades on the turn. Now, Danilo, Sister Nino, he needs a diamond for all the money. King would help, but it doesn't appear on the river. That is such a crazy pot, and Danilo is giving out a bit, I think. Paulos, I mean, it's just terrific stuff for Paulos. He's going to be, I believe, the tournament chip leader now. Danilo busted out Gianluca just a few moments ago after flopping a straight. Gets it in good here with the kings, but I think Ace King suited is just too big a hand to fold, so I can understand Paulus's call for sure. There was a lot of action, but I think you start folding Ace King suited pre. Well, I mean, it's just not positive play, is it? Oh, there's the new chip leader. He's playing 7.5 million, it looks like. Well, that's a crazy stack. 125 bigs, late in day 2. We lose Brian Cornell, and we're going to go on a break. That's the voice of Danilo in the background. Massive, massive pot. Do join us in about 15 minutes.
can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
Welcome back to Kings Resort. This is day 2 of the Euro Poker Million. This is a 1 million guaranteed event. Has attracted more than 2,500 players. We just saw a crazy hand kick off there before the break. Paulus opened under the gun with the ace-king suited. Then we had Brian Cornell, who was on a big downswing. He 3-bet jammed with queen 10 off. And then it folded right around to the chip leader on the table, Danilo Cisternino, who looked down at kings. He reshipped. And then a big decision for Paulus, who just couldn't fold the ace-king suited. Made the call. Spiked an ace on the flop. Held. He was awarded close to 7.5 million and is now the monster stack. Danilo Cisternino down to 3.3, but still well above average. We have, I believe, about 55 players remaining. Average stack about 2.7 million. And this new blind level is the 40,000-80,000 blind level. The 30-60 has just expired. So all these players guaranteed 1,895, and you can see we have a new player, Marianne, who's on the far right of the table. You can see there next to Paulus. Seat 6, Marianne from Slovakia, who we featured before on our live stream. Blind level now 40,000, 80,000. You're very welcome. for tuning in. We really appreciate all of you viewers. We love to bring this live poker content from the resort. We do it every week. That's the chip leader. Still discussing that hand before the break. Marian folds now. This is Francesco. Ace 4, no interest, and AC. Seat 1 folds. This is Andres Eller in the cutoff, sitting just above average stack. Looks down at Ace 3. We've already 200k in the pot pre-flop, so big incentive for players to go after these blinds and big blind ante, particularly in late position. You would have expected an open with an ace in the cutoff, but Andres not interested, and the chip leader gets a walk with 8-3 offsuit. Free money for the chippy, and that'll work for him. 8-3 offsuit. Right hand side you can see Marianne, who's just sat down. That was the seat of Brian Cornell, who was playing fairly solid and then just had a really bad level, nothing going right from him. And then just kind of popped off that last hand with the Queen 10 under the gun +1, 3-bet ripped. But he ran into kings, and of course Ace King belonged to the chip leader opposite the dealer, who's posting small blind. That is Paulus. So thanks for tuning in. You can see the graphic there, EPM. That's the event we're watching. Really quality production here from the team. Francesco Fiori, King 9 under the gun, just too early position to be playing King 9. He folds, 55 left, 2.7 million average stack. And this is Andres Eller in the hijack with the 5-4 off. Well, he's going to be folding this. If he folds an ace in the cutoff, he's certainly folding the 5-4. In the hijack now, Danilo Cisternino won a massive pot with the 5-4 clubs. He busted out Gianluca, who flopped a set. He flopped straight before the break, but then that big hand against this man Paulus. Kings versus Ace King. Ace comes on the flop. Massive pot awarded to Paulus. So Danilo Cisternino, 3.5 million stack now. Now this is Andres Eller with the 6s under the gun +1. Makes it 175. Danilo, 5-3 offsuit. folds. And now action around to Paulus. The big stack here on the table, on the button with King 10. Certainly going to be opening. Well, sorry, Andreas has already opened with the sixes. So we're going to see a 3-bet here with the King 10. And action back with Andreas. Of course, this is one of the advantages of having the big stack. You have the freedom to do this. Put pressure on your opponents, these more shallow stacks. Have to be very selective when continuing in 3-bet pots. Andres with the sixes, he's not comfortable. And from what we've seen thus far, I think Andres Eller will just give up the sixes here. Paulus gets the job done, Paulus, with the King 10. A 3-bet worked. That's what he wanted. Wanted to just fold out these type of hands. Take control of the pot, take the betting lead. Brings the stack up to close to 8 million, 7.8 million in fact. And it's been pretty decent couple of levels for the Greek player. Now, Lauren, sitting on 1 million. King 10 suited is going to have to make something happen pretty quick. He decides this is the right time to let rip. $12.5 bigs. Gets it done, scoops the pot, brings him up to 1.2 million. 15 big blinds. Danilo there on the left hand side of your screen. And both his opponents all in for a 10 million pot. Kings versus Ace King versus Queen 10. But cut and hold. Now, small blind AC. Seat 1 and then seat 2. Andre's under the gun here. Danilo himself first to speak. The Italian looks interested. And he's going to open with the King Jack. This looks like pretty big sizing. Well, 170, which is perfectly reasonable given the big blind is 80k. Just slightly above min raise with the King Jack, folded right around to AC, who's got a suited jack of his own in the small blind position. And he 3-bet rips, and this might work, you know. But the only thing is stack size now, Andreas Eller. But this, I mean, I don't understand this. Tanking from Andres with the 8 deuce. Now, action with Danilo Cisternino. King Jack. Big decision, big moment. He's not going to be happy about this. But if he does make this call, And it wouldn't surprise me if he did. 670, it's 8 bigs. Well, there is the call. He's going to be delighted to see what he's up against. Absolutely. Couldn't really expect to be in much better shape than this versus a 3-bet rip all in, and AC is pretty much on the ropes here for his tournament life. I mean, I don't blame him for ripping here. Danilo is, of course, being very, very active. Now, King, Queen, 7, both players in a pair, but unfortunately for AC is two pair draws dead, just a queen, and there's only one queen left in the deck, and it doesn't happen. Elimination for AC. The Romanian put in a good shift, but just could not get going. That was a strong call from Danilo. Made it pretty quickly. Did the maths, got the exact amount that he needed to call, did the mathematics and made the decision. Absolute brilliant shape. When faced against Queen Jack with his King Jack, King Queen board, pretty much over, just a 1-outer for AC with 1 queen already burnt. Now, some new arrivals, and I do recognize this gentleman from Austria, Giuseppe. And it looks like Giuseppe is pretty well stacked. Well, not sure, it looks around 4 million. Let's see, the graphic will describe it to us pretty soon. This is Marion. Paulus has folded. Marion 3.1 million with the ace jack. Some Irish viewers mentioning last night's live game in Ireland. Yeah, great that live poker is back. Appreciate all the generous comments. Now, this is interesting. Danilo, big blind, super aggro player. Not folding ace jack, that's for sure. A couple of ways he can proceed. Probably just a flat call versus a new arrival on the table who he may not have much intel on. Danilo, flats, king high board, advantage Marion, even though both these players sitting at the same hand. Marion does have the betting lead. He has a lot of kings in his range. These big cards, of course, favor the pre-flop aggressor's range, so he's just going to lead out on that king high board. Ace king, king queen, aces, kings, all these hands, of course, not out of the question for Marion to hold, but he's after getting called on that king high board. Now, does he go again? This is the question. This is the pivotal moment in this hand. Does Marion just shut down, check back, or does he go again? If he goes again, he wins, that's for sure. And he is going again, it looks like. Around 550, which is about 60% of the pot. And that will work. Danilo Cisternino has to give this up now. could be dead. And it's what he's going to be faced with on the river. Danilo does fold. Marion takes down the pot. I mean, that was a big decision to continue there. Wasn't out of a question for the player who defended in the small blind, Danilo, to have a king there. So that's it, the chip count graphic showing you the big stack and the small stacks and everything in between. Lauren Sullis, 15 bigs. And we have two new arrivals, Giuseppe from Austria sitting on 3 million, and Ozren from Serbia, I believe, sitting on 48 big blinds, 3.9 million. 7-handed on our feature table. This is Marion, who we featured before in a few streams. Marion from Slovakia. 53 remain, 2.9 million is the average stack. Ozren folds. This is Francesco Fiori, 10 deuce, and now the kings are out again. This time it's Andres Eller. I like how he plays these big hands, Andres. He doesn't overplay them. He tends to get value for them. And sitting here on the button, 80,000 is the big blind, so he's going to make a min raise, it looks like. Well, what am I talking about? He limped with the kings. Remarkable. On the button, limp. And a player like Danilo could try to exploit this limp. That's what Andres is looking for, and it looks like he could achieve that. Well, he just gets the flat from Danilo. Now, Lauren, Queen 8 suited, he might be tempted, you know. Well, he just flicks in the chips. So, Andres Eller, now he didn't achieve what he wanted, the raise, but he is going to get action. Lauren has flopped the flush draw. Danilo has none of this. And Andres Eller, well, he has completely disguised the strength of his hand, but he's not going to be happy with that ace on board. And I think you're going to see a check back here from Andres. It's an interesting situation here. I think if Andres bets here, he loses. I think if he checks back, he wins, because he may get check raised and he might believe his opponent for an ace and fold out. So I'm not really clear on why he's betting here. Well, protect his pair, possibly. Flush draw, loads of straight draws. But, well, look at the size of this bet. 460. Huge sizing. I think Lauren goes with this. Wow. Folds the flush draw. Incredible. That just did not play out how I expected it. That is Andres Eller, who's playing around the 3 million mark. Button moves, Danilo on the button. And under the gun here is Marion, who you see in the center of your screen. He's King Deuce. So Francisco, the Italian, with the King 5 suited makes it 190,000. Andres Eller with the 7-5 folds. Danilo not interested, small blind folds. Now action on the chip leader is Paulus in the big blind position. You can see all these chocolate chips at the front of a stack. They're all valued at 100k. 3 columns gives them 6 million. Then these blues are 25k, so another 1.5 million in blues. 7.5 million. He just lets rip. And unfortunately, Francesco getting punished for opening light. Paulus brings a stack close to 8 million. Average stack about 2.8 million. And I believe we're down to 52 players, which would give all these players a little bit of a money jump. They're now guaranteed €2,175. This is Giuseppe. Under the gun, 3 million stack average. This is Ozren from Serbia with the King 4. He folds, and now Francesco is just going to have to fold the Queen 9. Can't afford to open and have to fold again to a 3-bet. Just lets it go, and Andreas Eller will be folding the 4-3. Now Danilo goes over to the rail, explaining his thought process for every hand to his fans. This is Lauren, he folds. Now Paulus, the chippy, deciding not to get involved with Marion, who does have the goods. Pocket 8s for Marion in the big blind, and the button moves. We do have an empty seat, I believe it's seat number 1, which did belong to the Romanian player AC. Ozren under the gun with the King 6, no interest. Francesco folds. This is Andres. King 9, he is suited. Blinds 40,000, 80,000. Just 2% of the original starting field remain. Paulus, I mean, this is the absolute nut low here, but he is the chip leader. He does have the benefit of the button position, which means he's acting last should he get called here, and I don't expect he will. I think he's just going to take this down. 8 million stack. Average is 3 million. And it's what you want to see as a viewer. You want to see the big stack maximize its advantage. And in fairness to Paulus, it seems like he's just doing that. So button moves now. Under the gun will be Andres. We do have a short stack at the table, which is Lauren and C4. Just out of your screen there. Well, that's Francesco in seat 9 folding. This is Andres Eller. 9-5. Offsuit in the dustbin. 51 remain. 3 million average stack. This is Danilo. He folds a 7-3. Now this is a short stack, 1 million. It's all in here, I expect. 12.5, big blind rip with the ace queen. Giuseppe in the small blind is going to be folding the king deuce. And big blind. With trash, lets it go. Lauren. Takes down a couple of blinds. Now, that's the player under the gun. Andres Eller folds 10-4. Danilo snap folds. Now action with Lauren. He folds the ace-4 Bud Paulus with all the chips. And he's got momentum. He certainly seems to have the temperament. And he's just letting Marion know action is on him. Marion's not going to show any interest with the queen 6. Giuseppe now on the button. $180,000 is the raise size with the 6s. Giuseppe calls with the king-queen suited. And also in the hand here, in the big blind, is Francesco with the king-10. 3 players. First to speak, big blind, which is Francesco. Giuseppe, last to speak on the button position. Ace, 8, deuce. You would think this would favor Paulus, and he's going to fire. I think this might get the job done. King, queen of spades does have the back doors, but it's too likely he's up against an ace. Not closing the action, just two-way complicated a situation. Giuseppe decides to fold, and Paulus takes another $500,000 in profit, brings the stack up to 8.5 million. One of the overall tournament chip leaders, Paulus. But you gotta think that massive hand with the ace king suited versus the kings. Huge moment for him. Danilo Cisternino with the jacks, he makes a 185. Now, Osran with the queen 10 suited on the button position decides to call. Looks like the small blind is folded on Andres Eller, even though he's getting very decent pot odds here. 6-3 offsuit, just you feel too weak to continue. The price is too attractive for Andres to fold. He does complete, and we're going to see a flop. Ace, 8, deuce. Now, Jack's still in the lead. Snap fold from Osran, who called it a bit light there on the button. Queen 10, well, I guess he was suited. It was versus pretty active player. What's Andres Eller thinking of with 6 high? No pair, no draw. Is he thinking of continuing here while he's going for chips? No, he's not. Anything is possible with Andres. Pocket jacks shown by Danilo Sternino. That's your scoreboard. Paulus up top and Danilo battling hard. I mean, he is a very hard-working player, Danilo. And right back in this after taking that huge loss with his kings versus ace king. Posting big blind under the gun is the short stack Lauren. Paulus folds. Marion now at 7s, you'd expect him to open here. All of these players, of course, well in the money. All have locked up €2,175 for themselves. Now Marion with the 7s makes it 205. Blinds 40,000, 80,000. Sevens. For Marion here. In position. He won't like that king, but Danilo will like it. He's connected. Does have the backdoor spades. Marion is gonna fire at this king high board. We did see 2 of these clash earlier with the same hand, ace jack, and Marion fired flop, got called, and then fired again on turn. Let's see, will he do the same here? Well, I mean, it's a great card for Marion, pre-flop raiser. Danilo is not going to like that ace for sure. Marion, I expect him to fire twice, and depending on the size, it could work. Looks to be 450. Well, in fact, it's 550 on a snap call. Well, I think this is end of hand. It goes check, check. 8 on the river. Marion with 2 blockers to the nuts. But I don't think that's too relevant. It's going to go again. Wow. That is incredible. Well, I guess he knows he's not up against the nuts, given that he's got 2 7s. This is just incredible. He knows he's not up against aces or kings, because he would have heard from them pre-flop. He knows he's not up against ace king. He would have heard from that pre-flop. Eights, not really. I mean, eights is just not credible. Wouldn't be around. Sets of fives and sets of sixes. Certainly would have heard from them probably on the turn with a check raise. So, I mean, this is a pretty decent bet here. And Danilo is interested, but I don't think he can call. This guy, Marion, I tell you, he's absolutely fearless. I mean, he really is. This is actually a pretty decent bet. Marion firing on all streets with his sevens. Danilo looks really interested. Marion, of course, super uncomfortable. He's just looking for a fold. He thinks now he's up against an ace, maybe even two pair. Ace five, not out of the question. I mean, it'll be being a super call if he could make it. I can't see how he can make this. Like, that's Marion. He's moved all in. Raise pre, got called on flop and turn. And Danilo, Sisternino, well, he's trying to figure this out. It's not making a whole lot of sense. And that is just one of the best calls you're going to see this week. Doesn't make sense. He thinks, why would you move all in there when the straight gets there? But Danilo, with an absolute tremendous call. It really is. Marion. Well, he had the two blockers to the nuts. That's why he continued firing. I mean, how good do you feel about yourself after making a call like that? It's pretty much for his tournament. He did have Marion covered, but not by much. Now, Osran folds. This is Francesco 15 big blinds. He's just going to put it all in with the ace king. Andres Eller on the button with jack 6 suited. He folds, and now 8 million stack for Danilo. He folds. We've two 8 million stacks on the table. We also have Paulus sitting on 8 million. That was pretty impressive, that call. So, viewers just tuning in, what you're watching here is the Euro Poker Million. We're broadcasting live from Kings Resort in the Czech Republic. It's the biggest poker room casino in Europe. And this particular event started a couple of days ago. Well, this is day 2. We had several starting flights. We started with 2,557 entries. And now down to just 48 players. All of these players, of course, in the money, they're all guaranteed 2,175 minimum, but it's 160,000 plus up top. That's for the winner. This is Osran here at the 10-8. Makes it 165. Andres in the cutoff here with 9-7. Still stacking chips. Danilo doesn't realize the action's on him, but now he does. Looks down at Queen Deuce. I'm going to see a 3-bet here. Very unlikely. Danilo just flat calls with Queen Deuce. Well, that surprises me. He does. Oh, he 3-bet. That makes so much more sense. 3-bet. Osran 10 high, just has to give it up. Can't put in another 200k with 10-8 offsuit. So, coming to the end of this particular 40-80k level, and we're going to move to the 50,000 100k level. That's the chip leader, the player of the session so far. The Italian really showing his live reading skills. Worked that one out perfectly, calling with second pair, pretty much for his tournament. And Marion, well, I mean, I loved the bet, I really did, but he couldn't get it past Danilo. That's Andres folding. Danilo here with the king 8 in the cutoff. He folds, and now on the button, Lauren. This is the short stack, 1 million. Paulus with 5-4 offsuit in the small blind. Paulus makes it 305, but he's going to run into it here. Giuseppe should be playing back at him. Giuseppe from Austria, ace jack. Well, he just flats. But he does have the benefit of position, and he's kind of under-repped his hand here. Paulus with just 5-4 off. He does flop a good shot. But it's that king that he's going to rep on the board. Pre-flop raiser. Fires again. 330. And now what does Giuseppe do? This is the question. Ace Jack, is it still good? Sometimes it is. But it's getting expensive. 330,000. Giuseppe. Let's go. Paulus. Exploiting the situation. Taking full advantage. Stealing a pot off Giuseppe. Very impressive. These two guys up top with over 100 bigs have been the real stars of the show so far. Danilo, you can see him there on the left hand side talking to his rail. Over 100 bigs. Paulus with a bigger stack, in fact, 8.7 million, 109 bigs. And then we have Lauren on 12 bigs. Just a couple of moments left in this 40,000, 80,000 blind level. Now, Francesco Fiore, ace queen suited, makes it 220 under the gun. Andre Zeller folds the queen 10. Danilo quickly folds. Lauren gets out of the way. An action around to Giuseppe. Well, it's game over for Francesco, who's going to be faced here with a 3-bet, I expect. Giuseppe with the goods. Ace king suited. This is perfect scenario really for Giuseppe. He's going to 3-bet rip and he's going to get called once Osrin folds. There's a snap call from Francesco with the ace queen suited, but it's not going to be good for him. Very slow to turn the cards over. I wouldn't be. Ace king versus ace queen, both suited. Francesco Fiore not in good shape. One of the queens fold that we've seen Andre's fold, queen 10. Does have hearts. Straight possibility, 1 heart on board. 3 for a chop. 5 now straight draw, 4 for the chop. 3 or 4 for a chop. Doesn't happen. Jack in the river. You can see how much it means to Giuseppe. It's getting tense out there. We're just about to go up another pay jump. All are guaranteed 2175. Francesco Fiore Busto. Ace queen suited. The short stack ran into ace king suited. Ace king held. With a new player arriving in seat 1. That was the seat belonging to AC from Romania. Now, Andres under the gun, 5-3 off, folded. Top right, you can see the field size now, 45. So, on another money bubble jump. These jumps beginning to get significant. Danilo, Cisternino, the real star player, let's be honest. He makes it 260 with the suited ace. And Osrin has to fold, nothing really happening for him. This is the new arrival on the table. Well, King Queen, big blind. Graphic just needs to be updated with a stack size. We did see some 100k chips there, so not sure how much he has. Certainly over $1 million. Yeah, there's like 2 million there. This is Rinder Gulash. Big blind, King Queen. Danilo opened with the ace-3 suited. Rinder has flat called with the King Queen. Ace-2-5, pairing a good shot for Danilo. Rinder with just the back doors. I think it's in the hand. Check, bet, fold. You would expect. Now, interesting. It looks like Rinder has donk-led this. He has. He's bet out. Pot size bet, 600k. Danilo going nowhere. Pair in the straight draw. Well, it's going to be in the hand. Danilo is pulling the trigger here. Top pair, good shot. Doesn't believe his opponent for an ace. Now, Rinder folds. And he's left himself, I think, with about 1.7 million back behind there. But the graphic will correct itself. And we'll get an exact display. But he has another new arrival, seat number 9, where Francesco was seated, and also where Marian. So we're full table here, 9-handed. Also running is the Euro Poker Million High Roller that sold out straight away today. 215 players, I believe, was the cap. Sorry, 225 players. Filled straight away. 213,000 in the prize pool. 50k for the winner. And that is down to 51 players. But here we're down to 45. And this is Danilo, who's running the show here. Under the gun with the ace-10. Folded around to the button. Osran knows what's going on. Not much he can do though about it. Not with 10-2. And this is Rinder in the small blind, who's going to fold out the 8-7 off. Danilo wins another one, gets his stack up to 9.6 million. He's deserved it, let's be honest. Forever working, totally pumped, completely committed, and thoroughly deserving of his chip lead here on the feature table of the Euro Poker Million. Now, Agostino, new arrival, 5.1 million. Ace Queen here, he's going to open. Blinds are up now. Blinds are 50, 100,000. Average stack around 33 big blinds. And you can see Rinder's stack size now adjusted. Deuces here in the button. Danilo defending in the big blind is flop bottom pair. Agostino continues with the good shot. Of course, any ace, any queen good here, but in the lead, Danilo, but he shows the 3 and folds. Doesn't like the king jack, believes that's too likely to connect with Agostino's range. Agostino, of course, had that good shot and could hit any of his cards to go into the lead. You can see the graphic there, top right. Field size still 45. Average stack 3.4 million, which is 34 big blinds with the big blind at 100k. This is Giuseppe with the Jack 9. He folds, and now Osram with the King 5 offsuit. Now Goran is just arrived. He folds, and Rinder with 1.7 million behind. In the cutoff with the Queen Deuce, he folds, and this Andres Eller on the button. Danilo Cisternino versus the short stack, and Danilo just puts the pressure on the shorty, who has to fold the 9-8 and leaves himself with just 8 bigs behind Lauren. He'll post the small blind here, give him 7.5 big blinds behind. Now this is loose. Jack 10 off under the gun, and you have the chip leader on the button, another big stack in the big blind. But Agostino is trying to establish himself on this feature table. Well, it looks like he's just limped with the Jack 10. And now Giuseppe, well, this is incredible. What's he at here? 10-4. Looks like he's going to raise this up. Well, let's see what happens here. Well, Giuseppe with the pocket fours, that makes a lot more sense. Small pair, so Giuseppe makes a 350, and Osran with ace 10 folds, and Goran folds the Queen Jack. Goran has 6.2 million. There's plenty of chips on this table. 43 remain, so all of these players now guaranteed 2,500. Ace Jack for Andres Eller versus a limp. Then a raise from Giuseppe. It's an interesting scenario. Does have the benefit of position here, Andres. Decides to fold the ace jack. It's incredible how many aces are out there. Another ace folded. So Jack 10 versus fours, and fours massive favorite. Look at this. So many of Agostino's cards in the bin that Giuseppe is a huge favorite, but Agostino like calls the raise. This is pretty loose in my opinion. Ace 6-6. Both miss any connection to the board. Giuseppe, of course, is going to be firing, you'd expect. $400,000 into a 950 pot. Close to 50% of the pot size. What does Agostino do with the Jack 10? Well, he's just got to fold it, you would expect. And there it goes, and I'm really not liking this hand and this position, this situation. I think you're going to lose money playing it like that. And Giuseppe makes some money here with the small pair. Completely misses the board, but takes advantage of position, and in fact he's the betting lead. Continues on the flop, takes it down, gets a nice 600k profit for himself. And and he will be under the gun this hand. Agostino posting big blind. Giuseppe now looks down at king 6. Well, it's ace king suited. So Giuseppe going to be opening here. It's 200,000. He's going to make it 250. Looks like 275. 275 it is with the ace king of hearts. Hold it right around. Rinder is going to be folding the queen 8 offsuit. Then action will move to Andres Eller with 7 deuce off. Andres snap folds and now chip leader's gone for a walk. Paulus, small pair, small blind position, just puts in the additional 225, tries to hit his set. Agostino, what is he at? Oh wow, here we go. This guy is the action player. 3-betting here with this 6-3 off. I mean, it's not going to work. Never in this situation, but who knows what's going to happen. Agostino with the 3-bet, but Giuseppe with the real hand here, the ace king suited, and I expect to see a 4-bet from Giuseppe with the ace king. Paulus is just going to get caught in the crossfire here. He's not going to realize any of his equity with his small pair. He's going to be folding before his pre. Once Giuseppe 4-bets, and I do expect a 4-bet. It's just, I mean, flatting here, don't think is the play. Having said that, he does have the benefit of position post flop, but I think this is where he wants to end it. Well, he's just decided to flat call. This is interesting stuff. It really is. It's a massive pot, and it's the guy with 6-3 offsuit who's the aggressor. Pair for Paulus and ace king, big slick suited for Giuseppe, and it looks like these guys are just going to flat call. Just Giuseppe has now Paulus surely getting a massive price to hit his set, getting 4-1, which is the right odds. So of course he's going to flat call, and we're going to go and see a flop. What do we want to see? That's the question. 5-4-7, 2 hearts. Well, that'll be interesting. 2.4 million in there. I mean, it's crazy. Agostino shouldn't be in the pot. Let's see what happens. Ten jack, deuce, 2 diamonds. Giuseppe with the good shot in the back door. Straight flush. I check this back. Doesn't want to get check raised. That's what he's thinking. That'd be just horrible. Take his free card. But there's so much out there. He could win this 2.4 million. Both players have showed weakness with the check. Of course, this is the huge benefit of position. Action with Giuseppe. Looks like he's checked back, and this set on the turn. I mean, well, Giuseppe could have won it. Paulus makes a set on the turn. Well, flop's been checked, so it's interesting. There's a flush draw, straight draws, so I think Paulus is going to bet it out. It's interesting that D'Agostino has picked up a straight draw with that 4 in the turn. This is a pretty big bet. It looks like these are all 100k chips. 1.6 million. D'Agostino decides to fold now. I mean, Giuseppe had his chance. I think he lets this go. Just a good shot. That was I mean, it was a heart on the turn. I'm sure he would continue. $10 million chip stack for Paulus, who, I mean, he shouldn't really have been in that pot. That should have been, like, them 4s should have been in the bin pre-flop. With a 4-bet from Giuseppe, but he just decided to flat call the 3-bet from D'Agostino, who's, I mean, he's just a bag of tricks, this guy D'Agostino. But it's playing into the hands of Paulus, the chip leader. Giuseppe now posting big blind. Under the gun is Ozran from Serbia. He's playing 3.2 million, 8-5 under the gun, offsuit in the bin, and now we have Goran from Slovakia with 4-3 offsuit, 6.2 million. Plenty of stacks on this table now. We've gone from probably the lowest average stack left in the tournament to probably more chips on this table than any other table. I definitely would say that, given that the average stack is, well, it's not even 4 million, and we've 2 guys playing 10 million. Now, Andres, 23 big blinds with the ace king. Andre Zeller, 2.3 million. Big slick, big blinds, 100k. Let's do this, Andres. $250, 2.5x Lauren. Well, he's run into it, Lauren. 3-bet shoved all in. Deuces go in the bin. Ace 4 suited, fold. Giuseppe has to fold in the big blind. Andres with an easy snap call on their backs. Let's do this. And the ace king has the ace 10 absolutely hammer crushed. Lauren all in for his tournament life. Nine Jack. Well, Jack would work for a chop, but it's a 10 that Lauren's looking for to double through. 5 now would work also. 5 Jack for a chop, 10 for the win. Otherwise Lauren is busted and he is eliminated. Andre Zeller plus Lauren Solas, who never really got a stack together. Lauren, he played absolutely, he was super solid. You absolutely could tell he knew exactly what he was doing, but he just didn't have the opportunities. Andres with the easy decision of snapping off that free bet rip from Lauren. And there is the these stats, I mean, there's plenty of big blinds on this table. Short stack is Rinder Goulash with 16 bigs, and Osran then next shortest with 32 bigs. So all these stacks pretty deep, even the shorter stacks. And this is the shortest stack on the table, 17 big blinds for Rinder Goulash with the ace 7. Now, Andres, going to come out of his shell a little bit. Open here with the King Deuce offsuit. 3.3 million stack. Close to average. Average is around 35 bigs. Just 41 players now remain. Well, Andres, I think, will get punished. Andres not happy, looking over at Danilo, who's by far the most frequent 3-better on this table. And both of these guys have been on this feature table from the start. So Andres knows that Danilo can't always have it. What can he do with King Deuce? It just turns out that Danilo does have it on this occasion. Andres folds and Danilo gets his stack up to 10 million. And I'm not sure what kind of stories he's telling Danilo. Now, Rinder Goulash, pocket tens. $17 bigs. He makes it 300k, 3x under the gun with the tens. Andre Zeller, 3.1 million field size now down to 41 players. Danilo sitting on 10 million, Paulo's 10 million. Now, Osran, I expect will be continuing here. Small blind, ace jack. And you can see the field size top right down clicked once again. So plenty of bust outs, all kinds of action. On the outer tables, just 40 now remain. 6-10-3, top set for Rinder. Osrin and Goran have missed. Well, I like the sizing. 200 into a 1 million pot, just 20% pot size bet, which may keep Osrin interested. Does have the backdoor clubs, backdoor straight draw. He'll feel his 2 overcards are good. Goran folds the ace 8 of spades and 4 on the turn. Rinder, top set, still golden here. Not feasible for Osrin to have 5-7, deuce 5. These just aren't hands that he gets involved in from the small blind position versus a 300k open. So top set always good here. That's what Rinder Gulash is thinking, but sizing, well, his opponent must have some of this. That's what he's thinking for him to be calling. Maybe a flush draw. Ace 3, ace 6. Maybe pocket 5s. These are the kind of hands that Rinder Gulash is targeting. He goes again super small, which I like. $200 into a 1.4 million pot. And Osrin is just getting incredible price here. 8-1 on his money. And he can feel his 2 overs are good here. And that's why he puts in the 200k. Now he certainly doesn't want to hit ace or jack. And he does, and it's going to be maximum pain. Osrin thinks he's got there. But this sizing from Rinder has just been perfect. Rinder with just 50% pot size bet behind. He's going to be getting it all in. Osrin looking at his opponent's stack. Checks. Rinder will go for the lot. Has to put it all in. Ace very likely to have connected with his opponent's range. These 200k. Bets on flop and turn is just perfectly sized from Rinder. There's the lot. It's all going in. It has to. Looks like 600k. He's left himself with 300k behind. And Osrin will understand the scenario now. He was drawing dead on the turn. Rinder Gulash maximizing. Could have got a little bit more maybe. He does get more. He puts it all in on the river, let's be honest. But he didn't want to risk not getting called. you've just tuned in, you're watching the Euro Poker Million. This is 1 million guaranteed event for 455, 445 plus 45, less than 500 buy-in, and 1 million guaranteed. $39 remain, 3.9 million average stack. That's 39 bigs. Osrin moves in with the sixes. He got absolutely milked that last hand. Big blind with 8-5 suited, but can't call here. 17 big blind shove. Danilo with the Queen Jack folds, Paulus with the Ace 9. Not interested. Deuces for Giuseppe. Giuseppe opens in the hijack position with the small pair. Osrin folds and now action around to Goran. Seat 8. He folds. Now seat 1. This is Rinder. Queen 4. We're not going to see any interest from Rinder. In the small blind position with Queen 4, that's folded. And now we have Andres Eller, who should be defending. You would think he's going to put in the 195 to see a flop with the Jack 10. Not sure what's going on here. Andres thinking about calling. He does call as expected. So we're going to go to the flop, 740,000 in the pot. Giuseppe with the small pair and Andres Eller with the 2 overcards, pretty much 50-50. In fact, it's exactly 50-50. Ace Queen 4 gives a good shot for Andres. But I think a bet here from Giuseppe may just end it. Andres quickly checks and now Giuseppe should be wrapping this kind of board, given that he's the pre-flop opener. He's the one that's opened in the hijack position. He should have all these big cards in his holdings. That's 300. It's 400k, which is about 60% pot size bet. Just a little bit too much for Andres to continue with his draw. And we're going to see a check fold here from Andres Eller. Now, Paulus, under the gun, he folds. Folded right around to Goran, who's going to open on the cutoff with the ace-8. Rinder, 10-7 on the button. Not really going to be enticing for him to get involved. And Andres Eller, same story for him, 5-3 off. Just 26 bigs behind for Andres. He folds. This is the big stack. Look at this. 10 million chip stack for Danilo. With the pocket pair. Could 3-bet here. That would put all kinds of pressure on Goran. Decides to just flat. See a flop. Ace-8 versus 4s. Pair versus 2 overs. Danilo with the small pair first to speak. He misses. But so does Goran. Danilo checks. Goran is going to continue. Of course he is. Why should he not? He's got the betting lead. His opponent has checked to him. Fires, but Danilo may not be finished with this just yet. Pocket pair. Danilo just check call. Goran now obviously sickened that 3. Well, I mean, if Danilo was ahead in the flop, he's still ahead here in the turn. And look at this. Goran going big. Well, makes it $1 million. Danilo, he's not one to be pushed around, that's for sure. And he mightn't believe him. That 3 on the turn. Well, these 3s could quite easily be in Danilo's holdings. Wouldn't be out of the question for him to hold a 3, so why is Goran betting? That's what Danilo's thinking. Puts out 1 million. I mean, Goran is just hating life at the moment. He's basically given up on the hand. There's no way he can fire again if Danilo calls here. Well, Danilo talked himself out of it, and Goran delighted with that. Big pot. Goran gets a stack up to 6.6 million. Dealer looks at the clock, but still another minute or two in this 100k line level. Paulus and Danilo up top. Goran up to 6.6 million. Then there's a little bit of a gap. Agostino 4.2, and then Giuseppe 3.8, Rinder 3.1, Andres 2.6, and then the short stack, Osram. So 50, 100 posted. Agostino has it pocket eights here under the gun. Looks like he's limped with the eights. Giuseppe has folded, Osram gone, Goran with queen 10. Now, queen 7 and the small blind just a little bit too wide. Paulus with 6-3 just flicks in his chips, indicating you take a free flop. Some issue about the small blind. There it is. Three overs to Agostino's pair, but now he bets out. Check, bet, fold. Paulus with absolutely none of it. Agostino takes down a pot, brings a stack up to 4.5 million. Blinds are up now. New 60,000, 120,000 blind level. Osram with the queen 7 has to fold 1.9. He's short. Blinds up 60, 120. Goran folds now. Rinder with the 9-8 and the hijack 3.1. Danilo with the 7-6 suited on the button. So it's Agostino with the king 4 bottom pair calling here. Now the ace on the turn gives him a good shot to go along with his pair, but Danilo is firing off here. 7 high, no pair, no draw. Agostino. Bottom pair. And the good shot decides he ain't any good here, but he was ahead. Danilo back up to 10 million. Now in the cutoff, 4-3, Danilo. He really is running the show here, but decides to fold the 4-3, and once Danilo gets out of the way, well, it's always going to be Paulos that opens, but Paulos has run into it here. Look at this. Jack 8 suited, 3-bet all in rip, but Paulos can't do anything. He opened light on the button, 6-3 off. Agostino not afraid to put money in. Gets a stack up to 4.4 and button moves. He's on the button posting blinds now. He's Giuseppe in the small blind, and big blind will be the short stack also. King 9 on the button for Agostino, 4.4 million. He makes it. Just a call, it looks like, on the button from Agostino. Giuseppe in the small blind with King 7. He puts in the 60,000, and the short stack in the big blind is getting a free flop. I mean, I can't understand why Agostino just didn't open there. He would have just scooped the blinds and antes, and he's opened the door to get exploited here, and he folds the best hand, Osrin. Takes down this pot. Get to stack up over 2 million. Big blind's 120. $37 remain. 4.1 million is the average stack. Now, Agostino, 250 with the Jack 10, and now the small blind short stack folds. This is Goran in the big blind with ace 6. Puts in the additional 130. We're going to see a flop. Goran first to speak. Agostino with the benefit of position, and well, it's very easy when you flop top pair. Comfortable continuation bet, and you're going to see Goran just fold this. Wow, well, a6 does have that diamond, I suppose. Ace of diamonds for backdoor flush. 8 on the turn. It's going to go check check, I think. No, Agostino barrels again, not even concerned about that 8, and Goran is check calling. 1.7 million in the pot. King of diamonds on the river. Now it's gone check check. Ace high not going to win, but Agostino scoops sizable 1.7 million. Pot brings his stack back up over 5 million. A lot of chips on this table. Average is 4.1. We've two 10 million stacks. Paulos and Danilo. That's Paulos there taking his seat with the sunglasses. Andre's not understanding. Action is on him. Looks like now he does. He's not going to show any interest, I don't think, with the Queen 3. He'll be folding under the gun, and next is Danilo, who folds Paulos. 9.6 million folds. This is Agostino. I mean, he's just totally unpredictable, Agostino. Anything can happen. You can see the graphic there. Field size, just 37 left out of 2,557 entries. Massive turnout for this 1 million guaranteed event. And we're going to see an open here from Agostino with ace 6. Makes it 270. That's the short stack, Osrin. on the button. Small blind is folded, Goran. So just Rinder in the big blind here, Jack 4 suited. Agostino takes down another pot, 5.5 million for the Italian. Average 4.1. 37 remain. It's late in the evening. Very late here, Sunday night. Of course, all of these players have locked up €2,575, but there's another pay jump about to kick in pretty soon. This is Danilo Cisternino, 10 million stack with the pocket eights. He makes it 280 to go, and it's folded right around to Giuseppe with ace 4. Snap folds, and Osrin in the cutoff with the queen 6 of spades. Not much really he can do. The short stack from Serbia, he folds. Goran on the button folds, but Rinder may show interest with ace 8. Small blind position. Pretty awkward for him. Decides not to get involved. He lets go the ace 8. And Andres Eller, king 5. Big blind, not going to even consider it. Snap folds. Danilo Cisternino shows the pocket eights. His stack now over 10 million, and he will post big blind. Blind 60, 120. Another couple of levels to go. We've 37 still in the field. We're going to play to 24. It'll take another hour or two, I'd imagine. Rinder, button position, 10-3 offsuit. Andres moves in. King 3 suited. And Danilo, well, he hasn't snap folded, but he will now. 7 high. He's not going to show any interest, surely. Andres Eller takes down the pot. Gets a stack up to 2.6. About 22 bigs. Bit of action on the outer tables you can hear. Still another half hour or so left in this 60, 120 blind level. Now Giuseppe under the gun with the pair of twos. You can see the top right field size 36 now. So on a money jump. Giuseppe opens here under the gun with the deuces. This is pretty risky, but Osran 2.1 million stack 9-8 suited has to go in the bin, and Gorham with the same hand 9-8 of hearts. Would like to get a flop, but just can't afford to get involved. Way too many other players still to act. Anything can happen. Rinder, King Queen, he should be showing interest. $23 bigs in a stack. King Queen versus under the gun open from Giuseppe. He blinds 120, he's made it 300. King Queen is folded. Now Andres, Ace 10. Good opposition. Different scenario here. Less players still to act. Good call here. Good raise, but folding is the option from Andres, and another Ace 10 Paulus in the small blind. But he decides not to show interest. Agostino. Well, there's not many tens left in the deck, but Agostino is suited and he's somewhat connected. 10-7 of spades. Now, Giuseppe with deuces. I mean, it's just pretty much always going to be like this when you don't hit your set. 3 overs. Never easy to continue. Agostino. Donk leads and it's going to work. He's absolutely none of it, Agostino, but he will get Giuseppe to lay down the deuces, I expect. Agostino gets his stack up to 5.9 million. Giuseppe looking for change. Posts the big blind ante. Old equivalent to 120,000. Now, short stack. Osran under the gun here, 2.1 million stack. Average is 4.2, so he's half the average stack. Goran folds. Rinder with the Queen Jack. Rinder opens with Queen Jack, makes it 310,000, and it's folded around to one of the big stacks. Paulus, who looks down at King Queen. Oh, that's a new player that's just arrived. On the left hand side of the screen, that's Lauren's seat. So 3-bet from Paulus, and that was just going to force Rinder to give up. Paulus gets his stack back up to 10 million. So under the gun now is Goran. Short stack posting big blind. It's getting very tense. 36, 4 tables, 9 players in each table. This is Rinder. Joe Andres is, well, there he is, he's returned. Danilo's going to open with the Jack 10 suited. And now Frederick, the new arrival, 2.3 million in chips. He folds. It's folded all the way around to the big blind. Osrin. Ace 8 suited. This could be a spot. Osrin, 1.8 million behind. We might see a 3-bet here. And if he does 3-bet, it all goes in. Osrin just decides to defend. Puts in the additional 160,000. We're going to see a flop. Osrin with Ace 8 suited. That's the big stack Danilo, who's open with the Jack 10, and he's connected. Second pair, backdoor spades, backdoor straight. It's gone check, check. King gives a straight draw. Open ender, in fact, for Danilo to go along with his pair, and a good shot for Osrin. I think this is end of hand. Osrin with just a good shot. Can't continue. 225. Rinder folds Andres with the 9-4. Andres Eller. He folds. Now Danilo, 6-4. Not interested. Frederick. Just joined the table, Frederick. Pretty short. But this is the shortest stack of the table. He's going to be moving all his chips over the line. Blind v blind. King, queen suited. Certainly strong enough to let rip. Gordon can't do anything with the jack six, and he's just going to fold. Not happy about it, but shows the jack six, and we're down to 35 players. So all of these 35 remaining players guaranteed €3,150 minimum. Of course, it's 160,000 up top. Credible prize pool, really, for less than a 500 buy-in. This is the Euro Poker Million, one of the standout festivals in the King's Poker calendar. Next week we see the Dutch Classics. That's a €400,000 guaranteed event. Like every week there is a major festival. Every week there's very sizable guarantees, low to medium buy-in. The Dutch Classics is 220 plus 30 buy-in, 400k is the guarantee. It's like absolutely huge. Always gets around 2,000 players. And then we move then to the German Poker Days, which is of course a regular festival in the calendar here. Also the smaller buy-in, the 175 plus 25. And it holds a 300,000 guarantee. Now, Goran. 3 betting here in the small blind position versus a cut-off open, it looks like, from Giuseppe with the Queen 8. And it's going to work. Giuseppe just has to let this one go. Well, he's asking how much it is, but Queen 8. Can't see him continuing. Surely not. Wow, this is remarkable. Calls the 3-bet. Well, he does have position. He is suited. Goran, first to speak, he's just not liking this call. Looks back down at 9-10 offsuit. But he hits the flop, top pair. There's 1.5 million out there. $800. 60% pot size bet. Giuseppe. Well, I'm not sure why he's in this hand, I'll be honest. I did not think he'd call that 3-bet pre-flop. And now he just has to let it go. Goran takes the pot down, gives him a 6.6 million stack. 34 players left here in King's Resort at this Euro Poker Million. About 15 minutes or so left in this particular blind level. 15-minute clock for day 2 today. Really good structure. Several different speeds for day 1 flights. You could play anything from a fast turbo clock to pretty decent slower clock to 40 minutes. And then day 2, 50 minutes, day 3 tomorrow, moves to a 60-minute 1 hour clock. And we will return tomorrow for the final 3 tables, 24 players, but still 34 in the mix here, 34 left. Average stack about 4.5 million. This is Osrin, one of the shorter stacks left in the field. Pocket 10s here in the cutoff. I think you said all in 2 million. Andre's down to 20 big blinds. Can't really do anything here with King 8 except fold. And that brings Osrin up to 2.2 million. Gives him a little bit of room. And the button moves. This is Frederick. Also, so 20 bigs, but can't do it there. Agostino and Giuseppe both with the same hand. Both of them are going to go into the bin. Osrin now, ace 5 of diamonds. Interesting spot still. Quite a few players to get through. Cut off button and blinds. But I think ace 5 suited might be just too strong to fold. Well, he does decide to fold Goran with ace 2 in the cutoff. Field size down to 34 players. Average stack approximately 4.5 million. On the button here, render. Now in the big blind is Danilo, 9-4 of clubs, facing a sizable raise here, 330, almost a 3x from Rinder. So coming towards the end of this 6120 blind level, about 8 or 9 minutes left, and then I think we're going to go on a break, come back. I expect to play, well, at least one more level, possibly two, and then that's pretty much it. We will be pausing the clock back then tomorrow for the final 3 tables. We're going to kick off the action on the live stream at 2:30 Central European time, and one of these remaining players will be awarded that 160,000 first place prize. This is Giuseppe with the King Queen, 2.3 million stack. He makes it 300k. Rinder with the Queen Jack, he just has to kind of fold this, doesn't he, in the cutoff. Andres, we've heard nothing from for quite a while. On the button here with the 10-5. Danilo folds in the small blind now, the big blind. Well, Frederick, nothing really happening for him. 2.1 million stack. And he's going to have to post 60,000 now in the small blind, so just leave himself with 2 million behind. Average is 4.5 million. 34 remain. All of these players have locked up 3,150. Now, under the gun, Agostino. Everything is possible with Agostino, but this, I mean, it's not recommended. Queen 7, under the gun, but no problem to Agostino. He's going to raise. He is suited, he makes it 280. Giuseppe with the ace 6 suited. I think this is just folded. This is under the gun and under the gun +1. Well, I'm not liking it flat here. And perfect reason why not. Because Osrin is going to move all in. I don't think Giuseppe was ever getting Osrin to fold if he did 3-bet. I think Osrin probably goes with it. Now, Andres Eller, King Deuce. Is he really thinking of calling here? I mean, I don't understand this. Why would he consider calling? Does fold. Now action onto the big stack. Danilo, he folds the Jack 4. Frederick, 2 million now behind, he folds, and Paulus. No decision with the 4 deuce. Agostino has to fold, and Giuseppe will tank for a couple of seconds more and then give up the ace 6 suited. Osrin is going to pick up a nice pot here, bring his stack up to 3.1 million. Dealer collects the blinds and big blind ante, which is equivalent to 120,000. Of course, just moments left in this 6120k level. Then we move to the 8160. You can see the graphics there, top right, 34 left. 4.5 million is the average stack. This is Osran. Ace 5 suited. I've seen him fold this exact hand not too long ago, but he's a bigger stack now. These extra blinds give him a little bit more assurance. Big blind is 120, so it's a 240 minimum raise. Ace 5 suited makes it 240. Looks like Goran is called with the Jack 9 of spades, and Rinder with the 10-8 will just bowl that out. Andres, King 9 here in the hijack. Unsuited, I reckon this should be just binned. Danilo folds, so Frederick, nothing going for Frederick here, hasn't got involved, hasn't got any hand really to get involved. Agostino with 9-4 clubs, peels off a flop, it's just costing him 120. With 780 out there, so of course he's going to get involved. He misses, but top pair for Goran. Now, no pair, no draw. And still a player in the hand to act after him, so of course he's going to have to fold Agostino. Osran folds the ace 5. And Goran takes down a pot, brings the stack up to 7.2 million. Pocket fives here for Danilo. 10 million stack. Makes it 315. This is Paulus. We haven't seen these two guys clash, but Paulus going to enter the pot here with the Queen 8 suited. Agostino's going to fold in the small blind in action on Giuseppe, who just has 2.1 million behind, 9-6 off. He's going to fold. You can see some players are starting to leave the table. Tells me that there's a break about to happen. But we're going to see this hand first. 6, 7, 10. Good shot for Paulus. Danilo checks his pocket fives. 3 overs on the board. Well, he checks call 400k, Danilo, but Paulus now leaps into the lead, hitting a pair to go along with his good shot with the 5 on the river. Well, this is pretty sick. 1.7 million pot, and that 5 of diamonds on the river will get Danilo paid, I'm sure. Looks like about 700k into a 1.7 million pot. It's a tough spot. There's the call, very expensive, and Paulus just goes, wow. I mean, it was 50-50. He could have won this, Paulus, on the turn. Massive, massive pot, 12 million. Tournament chip leader. Averages 4.5 million, and Danilo on 12 million. We're going to be back in about 13 minutes. Do join us.
You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut. Take a seat. You can now come and hang out at the Kings Lounge located right next to the buffet and directly opposite the poker arena to try out some of the best shisha in all of Europe. For those of you that aren't aware, shisha is a steamed instrument that's used to vaporize and then smoke flavored tobacco. After a long day of playing at the poker tables, for me personally, this is the perfect way to unwind and relax in comfort and luxury. So why don't you come and check out the Kings Lounge? Cut.
You are very welcome back to Kings Resort. This is the Euro Poker Million EPM, late in day two. It really is getting very tense. Pay jumps are becoming pretty enormous. You can see the graphic here, the chip count for feature table. Short stack, Frederick and Giuseppe, both on 12 bigs, and then we have Andres down to 15 and Reinder. Osrin has been battling hard, 17 bigs. And then we have Agostino, Goran, 5.1 million, 6.2 million, and then the big stacks. We have Paulos, 8.3 million, but I mean, what a pot versus Danilo Cisternino just before the break. Danilo hit the set on the river, brings him up to 12 million. Average is 4.5. We're going to play till 24 players. We expect this to take about an hour, thereabouts, maybe a bit more. An hour 30 minutes perhaps. So Rinder, Queen 8 folds now. Andreas Eller, 10-9, 2.4 million. Lines now 80,160. You can see the field size down to 33 already. Immediately there's a bust out. 33 players from 2,557 entries. Outstanding event. The EPM. This is one of the short stacks. Frederick from Belgium moves in with the Queen 8. He hasn't had an opportunity yet. Just couldn't get his chips in. Always too much interest or action before he had a turn. But once folded around him in the hijack, Frederick moves in with the Queen 8, and that will get that done. He'll pick up some precious blinds. That's the chip leader, center screen. A wall of chips, all big value, 100Ks. Blues are 25K, 12 million stack. Good for the overall tournament chip lead. Average just 4.5. All of the players have locked up €3,150. Be a while now before there's a jump. Top 26 then. Guaranteed 3,750. Now, Paulus, ace 10, what a big hand he lost there before the break against Danilo. Giuseppe, gonna have to move soon, but perhaps he could wait. Opened from Paulus in the hijack position, 345. Gets confirmation from the dealer, the exact amount. Decides to call, he puts in the 350. You get 5K back. Now Goran in the big blind just bowls out the 10-3. So Giuseppe in position with the ace 6 of spades and Paulus with ace 10. Well, this is interesting. Nut flush draw for Paulus. Pair for Giuseppe. Money could go in here for sure. Continuation bet quite comfortably from Paulus. He has the blocker to the nuts. He's drawing to the nuts. There is the all in, and there's the call. Watch this. Well, surprised taking him this long. There's no chance he's folding. There is the call. After about 3 or 4 seconds. Look how close this is. 54% for Giuseppe after hitting a pair. Paulus the no flush draw. 10 is good. There's 2 black 10s still in the deck. 10 of diamonds. Let's fold it. 3 on the turn. Now Giuseppe becomes big favourite. And it holds. Giuseppe gets his double. Paulus misses. Scoreboard has changed. Paulus is getting dragged back down. But, I mean, he's still super comfortable. Had a massive stack, though. 10 million. Like, he had 3 times the average stack. Now, he sits on 6.3 average, is about 4.7 million. Andres, haven't really heard much from him, but we're going to be hearing from him now. Aces. Now, every time he's picked up a premium, he's slow played it. Dealer just working out exactly what's going on here. It's 420. Which is a 3x. I'm not really liking the sizing here. I've liked how he's played these super premiums before, but this I'm not liking whatsoever. It's just not going to get any action. And I mean, someone like Agostino would certainly give him action, where Andre is just to min raise. Perhaps even limp like he did on previous occasions. Giuseppe, what are you doing, my friend? Fold the 8-4 quick. Don't even think about it. What the heck is going on here? He doesn't know the actions on him, obviously. Now, Osrin, dealer button. 6 deuce in the bin. Goran's going to be folding. And just a big blind. And this is the problem for Andreas. This big sizing. Like, he's just not going to get action. No chance. And he could have got action. Believe me. D'Agostino likes a punt. And he didn't like folding 8-7 suited. But he just couldn't afford the very big sizing that Andreas Eller had chosen. But still, takes down the blinds and antes. Andreas auditioned for the latest Matrix movie, I was told. Takes down that one with the aces. Still 9 players on our feature table. Plenty of blinds out there. This is the player with the most blinds. This is being really the star player for me for the last 4 or 5 hours. Danilo Cisternino. And Nicky just making the point that sizing wasn't big at all. Yeah, I'm probably exaggerating here. But, I mean, he hasn't played a hand in, like, I don't know how many orbits. So any kind of a raise, he's going to get maximum respect. So my point was, I mean, like the 420 is just not enticing for players to get involved in Andreas. You know, they're really, like, that's a very narrow range he's raising from. So I think 320, 350 may have induced action. Now, what's going on here? 3-bet from Agostino, who's like, just loves firing at pots. And it looks like he's caught Danilo, who's out of position. Don't think Danilo can continue. So just waiting for Danilo to make a decision here. A million back to him. He is suited. He's got the chips. Out of position is one of the factors that will bring him to make a fold here. Shows an ace, and Agostino is going to show his ace. Dealer grabs the cards and chips, wards them to Agostino. Now that tells me there's action on the outer tables, because TD is moving the next big blind to balance tables, so that means there's a couple of bust outs. Means we're down to, well, there's still 4 tables, so probably 32 players. A lot of chips, a lot of blinds. In the stack of Danilo, that's been moved to one of the outer tables. That will change the dynamics a little. You can see top right there, 32 players left. Agostino, ace 7. Looks like Agostino is limped with the a7. Rinder and the button with the 9-4 off. It's the shortest stack, I believe. Now Andres in the small blind, he's going to fold. Frederick checks his option, getting a free flop. Suited queen, this is a good scenario for him. But he completely misses. No pair, no draw, no diamond out there. Frederick checks, and we're going to see Agostino check back. The ace gets there in the turn. Frederick is finished with this hand. He's just going to check fold. D'Agostino takes down the pot. Button moves, and the biggest stack on the table is this gentleman you see, Paulus, playing about 6.2 million. He's posting big blind under the gun. D'Agostino. Chip leader was just moved to one of the outer tables. Giuseppe, 9-6. Suited, no interest, but look at Goran. Now, aces. Got to make the most out of these premium pairs. It looks like a 360 raise. $360 with the bullets. In the hijack position. Andre is on the dealer button here, but he's not going to be interested with 9-4 offsuit. Frederick in the small blind, suited 10. Well, he'd love another free flop. And he's interested, but he just can't do it. Chip leader. Getting a pretty decent price, 200 to call. Well, good scenario for Goran because Paulus has hit a pair, and this continuation bet is going to get paid off. $370. I expect Paulus to continue here, and he does. Pair, backdoor hearts, backdoor straight possibility. Goran, great situation. Now, 3, a little bit of a scare card for Goran. Well, it's not going to slow him down. He fires again. Paulus can get very sticky. May think he's still in the lead here. There's a bunch of hands he's ahead of. And he calls again, and this is turning into a sizable pot, Goran. Oh boy, this is horrible. I think Goran does slow down. Paulus has connected with the river, makes a full boat, and the 6-4 off. Cracks the aces. And the value bet gets snapped. Pretty sick. Nothing Goran could do there. $9.2 million now for Paulus. Defender with the 6-4. He got the right price. I don't think anyone did anything wrong there. I think Goran maybe could have thought about calling there in the river. So we have action on the outer tables, I'm told. There has been a bust out, so 31 remain. Average is about 5 million. Well, it's still graphics still reading 32. That will be updated any second. Giuseppe under the gun with the ace-8 suited. Just after a double with the ace-6. Goran with 7-6. Can't see him continuing here. Not sure what's going on. I'm not really understanding what's happening. I don't think Goran realizes action is on him. Definitely doesn't. Still thinking about his aces getting cracked. Now, Rinder folds the Jack Rag. This is Andreas. Jack 9 suited versus an under the gun raise from Giuseppe. Andres folds the Jack 9 now. Frederick. He folds, but Agostino, I expect, will defend. He certainly does with the King 10. What's in the additional 160? Gonna go and see a flop. And the King High board connects with Agostino, who does tend to donk lead. And he's going to do this again. He's going to bet about 400,000. That's a little bit more. It's close to 500k into the King 4-6 board. Giuseppe, no pair, no draw, folds. Agostino, 6.7 million. $31 remain, 5 million average stack. Well, I think Frederick goes with this. Ace 10, it's close. Andres lets rip here with the Queen Jack. And Frederick does go with it. Ace 10, Andres, well, he knows this is not good for him, but it's not as bad as he may think. But look at this, Giuseppe with the real hand here. Giuseppe, pocket jacks, but there's been so much action. I think Giuseppe might go with this also. Giuseppe has called with the jacks. So we're going to see a pretty sizable pot here. Ace 10 versus Queen Jack versus jacks. Interesting that Queen's Jacks equity greater than the Ace 10. Giuseppe has Andres and Frederick covered. 3, King, 10, open ender for Andres. Frederick has made a pair, so he's a 2-pair draw, trip draw. And now he has the straight draw. Andres has gone into the lead, hitting that queen, the 7 on the river. Frederick busted. Andres absolutely pumped. Weakest hand, but hits that queen, massive pot. Pot is 7 million. This is huge. Average stack 5 million now, and we have another busted out player, so we're down to 30 players. Frederick with the Ace 10 leaves the arena, and look at that. Andres Eller 7.1 million. Paulos still the chip leader. Giuseppe now, well, he's down to 9 bigs. Seven-handed on our feature table. 30 players left. Open ender for Osran. Goran with absolutely none of this, and it's going to be a check raise all in, I'd imagine, with the open ender. And field size, look at the top right graphic. We've had another bust out. So 29 left in the field. Osrin, I'd expect him to go with this. Well, he just check calls. Leaves himself with less than a pot size bet behind the 3 of diamonds. That's not a great card for Osrin. No diamond. In his holding, he's missed. But there's like 1.8 million out there. He's just 1.5 million behind. Less than 10 bigs. Does he try and steal this pot with Jack Eye? I'm really surprised. Like Gordon won't believe his ace good here. Osrin just shakes his head, goes, what the heck? How did I not go for that? The check raise and the flop would have worked. Turn bet would have worked. River bet, I think, might have got through also. Osrin posting small blind now. Goran. Big blind. Under the gun. Just taking his seat. Rinder. 10-4 of spades. Now, Andres won that massive pot. Queen Jack, all in, got called by Ace 10 and then ran into Jacks. Hit the Queen. Pretty much a triple. In fact, it was a triple. Busted out Frederick. And now opening here with the Ace Jack. Big blind's 160. Makes it 370. Paulus with a suited ace comes along. Agostino folds the Jack 10. Giuseppe just lets rip with the King 9. Goran with small pair, I think it's just too, there's way too much interest. I think this is just not a spot to put money in with deuces. Two players that have him well covered in the pot, so he's just going to let go of these twos. Action back with Andres, who's going to be calling the Ace Jack. Not sure what the discussion's about. Giuseppe all in for 1.4 million. Now, this is a call, million to call. Ace Jack. The problem I think Andreas has is this gentleman here. Paulus is in the hand. He would have snap called. Were he closing the action, I still think he's going to make the call. Ace Jack. 29 players left in the field. So just waiting for Andres Eller to make the call. I do expect him to call here. It's like 8.5 big blind, 3-bet shove. Costing him $1 million. Well, that's remarkable that he folded ace jack there. Really is. And a snap call coming from Paulus with ace 8 of hearts. Now, Giuseppe, can he hit a king or a 9? Maybe diamonds. Seven, 10, deuce. Well, someone would have hit a set. Open ender for Paulus. With Giuseppe in the lead, but not anymore. Ace on the river. And no problem to Giuseppe, absolute gentleman. Wishes all the other players all the best. Andre's not too impressed with what just happened there. He had the strongest hand. I think it was too tight, that fold, it really was. And Paulus, I guess Andres is not closing the action, so he has valid concerns. Paulus just snaps him off. Ace in the river eliminates Giuseppe. Paulus adds another 2 million to his stack. Six-handed here on our feature table. There is still 28 players left in the mix, I believe. Graphic will show us, well, 26 in fact. Wow. Okay. 5.9 average stack. 5.9 million. So we will be getting a player to the table from one of the outer tables. This is Paulus with the queens, 11 million. Great situation developing for Paulus. Agostino, well, okay. He's going to get frisky here with the ace 6. Going to 3-bet the chip leader. Well, timing is just a little off for Agostino Scuzzari, because Paulus has the goods here. 3-bet to 9-7-5. Goran, what's going on with him? I don't know. 9-3 offsuit. Still thinking about the aces. Rinder will be folding straight away when he sees the Jack 5 offsuit. Shakes his head and says, I don't want any of this. Now, action back with Paulus. How does he proceed against Agostino Scuzzari? Player coming in as expected. Well, looks like we have 2 arrivals. So, action on Paulus here, facing a 3-bet from Agostino. He's not folding, no chance. Agostino is trigger happy. Paulus knows this. He's just trying to decide. Does he 4-bet? Flat call? Well, 4-bet incoming. Looks like he's going to make it about 2.3 million. Agostino gets his answer. He's run into it here. Ace 6 not going to be performing too well. Final 3-table bubble, 25 left. Average stack, approximately 6 million. And just 1% of the original starting field left here in Kings Resort at the Euro Poker Million. Incredible event this. 2,557 entries, creating well over 1 million prize pool. This is D'Agostino showing his ace, and Paulus getting up to 13 million. Massive, absolutely massive. Double the average stack with just 25 players left. Now we have Dutch player, 6-4 clubs fold, and this is Jamel Quaret, one of the Regs and Kings, French player. Looks like he's sitting on about 6 or 7 million. This is Osran. Moves all in with the ace jack suited. Rinder down to 10 big blinds. So very late here on day 2 of the Euro Poker Million. Jamel Quaret, French player with the ace 10 suited. See, 25 remain, 6.1 million's average stack, and Jamel here sitting on 6.3 million under the gun. He raises, makes it 3-5-5. Paulus, the chip leader, folds to 5-3. But Agostino with the hand here, it's just going to call, it looks like. 3-5-5 with the ace jack suited. Reinder, 10 bigs, 7-5. He just nods the head. Not going to happen, and this is Andres. Andres with 10-7 in the small blind, not going to get involved. But we're going to see Nasiri with the Queen Jack in the big blind position, defend. Three-way to a flop. Everyone misses. Incredible. No one with anything, but I think Jamel will be repping this king. Agostino does have the backdoor diamonds, backdoor straight. Sometimes he is ahead at which is the exact situation here. Jamel continues with a weaker ace, and that's the situation. Nasiri folds and just lets these two guys at it. Very sizable pot now, 2.3 million, with just 2 X-pot size bet behind for Agostino. 3 of diamonds. Agostino picks up the flush draw. And Jamel Quaret just asking to see exactly what stack size he's up against. But I think Jamel here is just going to give up. Out of position. No pair, no draw. He's just going to surrender. Agostino should be taking this, but he checks back. Well, black 10 will be sick. 7 on the river. Jamel Quaret waves the white flag, and Agostino turns his hand into a bluff. 2.1 million pot size bet almost. Well, Jamel Quaret, considering a call with ace high, counts out 2.1 million. Well, this would be surprising. No obvious draws on the flop that Agostino would be calling with. This is not going to be called, no chance. 2.1 million. I mean, even some of Agostino's bluffs are ahead, like in this exact situation. Jamel Quaret counting out the 2.1 million, but I can't see call here. He does fold. As expected, Agostino, ace jack, wins a very decent pot, brings him up to 7 million. Chip leader there on the left hand side. Paulus, massive, 13 million. All these big value chips to the front of a stack, they're worth 100k. We're down to just 25 players. We started with 2,557. All of these players guaranteed 3,750 euro. Now, under the gun, the big stack. Lets this one go. Agostino. King 6 of diamonds. Not interested. Osrin just 1.8 million behind. That's 11 big blinds. He moves in with the ace 10. He moves all in. And another short stack. 10 bigs for Rinder. Ace 7, but Osrin got his money in first. I think this is a fold. Rinder with a decision, but I don't think. I mean, he puts his money in here. If Osrin is not involved, he just shoves in the cutoff with the A7. But the fact that Osrin got his money in first, I don't think we're going to see Rinder call here. So final 3 table bubble. We're going to pause the clock after the next bust out. Pretty late here. It's like 2:47 in Kings Resort. It's been a long grind for these guys. Rinder in the tank. He's locked up 3750 for himself. But of course, all that big money being paid out tomorrow, particularly on the final day. And of course, them final positions with 160,000 up top. And he does make the fold. I did expect him to fold that. Andreas Eller with the 10-8 of diamonds. He folds now. Interesting. Naziri with the King Queen. But Osrin getting his money in first is key to him taking this hand down uncontested. And he's just battled so hard, he really has. Still there, still alive. And it's a new blind level, which is 100k, 200k. This is the last level of the night. But I do expect the bubble to be burst, the final 3 table bubble, well before this level has expired. But should something crazy happen, like, I don't know, shorties surviving every all-in, this will be the last level, regardless if we hit 24. Now, Agostino under the gun. Can't be serious with 10-5 off, surely. Now Osrin, 2.2 million, Queen 6, he folds, and this is Goran. Takes the chip card protector off his chips and counts out some chips and makes the raise. $525, big blind is 200k. 1.2 million out there. Well, what am I talking about? There's 500k out there pre-flop. Andres, King 7. Jamel Quaret folds ace-5 suited for Paulus in the big blind. He's going to be continuing for sure. Goran just has 3.1 million behind. I'm really surprised Goran has opened here off this size stack. 17 bigs, 10-7 off. I'm actually very surprised. Now Paulus, he ain't folding, not a suited ace. Is he thinking of 3 betting? No, he just flat calls. And Goran, 10-7 off. Very surprised. He decided to open, but may work out for him. Well, will work out for him. He's flopped a good shot. And Paulus is going to check fold. Goran announces all in, a snap fold. That's worked out okay, brings him up to 4.4 million. Goran from Slovakia. Got his aces cracked a little earlier. And there it is. Clock has paused. Final 24 players. All of these players will be back for day 2. Line level will start at 100k, 200k. It's been a really interesting day 2 here in Kings Resort. All these players, of course, have locked up €3,750, but all the big money distributed tomorrow on the final table, final positions, of course, and the highest is the 160k for first place. We're going to be back at 2:30 broadcasting all the action. Do join us then. For me, it's good night.